Committee. We'll go to item 1, which is apologies for absence. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Councillor Hussain.
Just on agenda item 4.3, I just wanted to let members know that I do know the applicant, but I've got no prejudice.
Item 4.1 relates to the land south of Lovers Lane, Sutton, to Nene Valley Railway Station at Stibbington, Peterborough, and is pages 5 to 56 in your reports. And this is going to be presented by Ms McSherry, please, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a joint presentation for both the application for full planning permission and the listed building application. Full planning permission is being sought for a dual-use pedestrian cycle path between Sutton and the Nene Valley Railway Station at Stibbington. As part of this new route...
Sorry, Ms McSherry, can you hear that?
Oh,
I don't know if it's coming through the mic. Your mic is on, but I don't know if it's coming out. I just sensed that I wasn't getting anything through.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, that is
okay,
working.
I'm too far away,
So
sorry.
Can everybody remember
again.
that? You'll have to get close by the sounds of it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. This is a joint presentation for both the planning application for full planning permission and the listed building application. Full planning permission has been sought for a dual-use pedestrian cycle path between Sutton and the Nene Valley Railway Station at Stibbington. As part of this new route, a replacement staircase is proposed to the Nene Valley Viaduct, and as this is a listed structure, listed building consent is also required and under consideration today. Next slide, please. The application site is shown in red. It starts at the top of the slide to the south of Lovers Lane in Sutton. Planning permission is sought for the construction of the dual-use cycle-pedestrian path starting at Sutton, extending down across the meadow to the Nene Valley Railway Station at the south in Stibbington. The proposal includes 3 cattle grids, 1 new 3-metre wide timber cycle footbridge over a field drain, and a new flight of steps with a wheeling channel for bikes over the Nene Valley Railway footbridge. Next slide, please.
That's better.
This slide is to show the surrounding context of existing footpaths in the area. You will see the routes in green at the north of the slide. These are the public rights-of-way and bridleways that can be used by walkers, horses and cyclists. The routes shown in purple are the public rights-of-way and footpaths over which there is no legal right for cycles or horses to use them. You can see above the bottom label, which is the Wansford Nene Way 2, a dash purple, and above the dash purple line, there's the green arc. This is the line that the new footpath is going to follow, and it's the former railway line. On the right-hand side, beneath Aylesworth to the south, you can also show the extent that the Green Whale extends to. Next slide, please. So the majority of the site runs along the former railway line, which is safeguarded for walking and cycling infrastructure under policy LP15 of your local plan. The footpath is shown in red beside this, which is under consideration today. You can also see on this plan the yellow line. This is the Sutton 2 public right-of-way footpath over which there is no legal right for use by cyclists or horses. Next slide, please. So I'll talk you through, this is the detailed plan which shows the route from sort of north to south, Sutton to Wansford. The cycle path would commence at the end of Lovers Lane at the top of the slide. It would run around the existing menage, which is the white rectangle you can see at the start of this route. A pedestrian gate and cattle grid will be located approximately 20 metres into the site. If you see on the left-hand side, there's an illustration. This shows the cattle grid and pedestrian gate. There's 3 of these proposed. You can see the arrows point to 3 different positions along this route. So south of this, 400 metres down, there's another pedestrian gate and cattle grid. The path you'll see then crosses from the field to the former line of the railway line, where an earthwork ramp will be provided due to the change in the ground level. The path then follows this route to the former railway before crossing back over into the field, where the earthwork ramp would be provided again because of the different levels, and there would be another pedestrian gate and cattle grid. The route then continues west along the embankment. The next point you will see is a 3-metre wide bridge, and again in the middle part of the left hand side you can see an illustration of this with the arrow pointing down to where that will be on the route. So this is a 3-metre wide, as I say, timber bridge which will cross an existing field drain. The path then runs south under the railway bridge to the steps serving the footpath, which you can see further on the bottom of the slide. So in the bottom left hand corner you can see an illustration which shows in grey the existing staircase and in green the proposed staircase. So the proposal includes this replacement staircase. It has 2 landing sections and leads up from the footpath across the Nene Valley, across the Nene Valley to the Nene Valley railway station. The steps will include a wheeling rail which enable bicycles to be pushed across the bridge. There are also 6 Sheffield cycle stands which are provided at the bottom of the steps. Next slide, please. So the top is computer generated image just to show you what the cattle grids and the pedestrian gates will look like, and beneath there is some examples where they've been used elsewhere. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this slide is just to show the construction access route, which you can see in grey. The top is the Lovers Lane. You can see the Menage on the right hand side, and then the square at the bottom is where the construction compound is going to be. Next slide, please. I just want to take you through some photographs to show you the context of the footpath. This is at the entrance to Lovers Lane from the village. It's looking along the Lovers Lane. Next photo, please. This is looking back north along Lovers Lane. Next photo, please. So this is the start of the route. You'll see the existing Kissing Gate there. This is where the route will start from Lovers Lane. If you were trying to orientate yourself, the Menage would be to the left hand side of the photo into the field. Next photo, please. So this, you can see the Menage is enclosed by fencing. This is to the south of Lovers Lane. The footpath will come along the front of this, and then to the right hand side of the trees you can see on the right hand side of the photo. Next photo, please. This is looking south. The former railway line is on the left hand side behind the trees you can see in the photos. Next photo, please. This is where the path crosses from the field and joins the route of the former railway line. Next photo, please. So this is us looking south along the former railway line. So this is where the path would go, and you can see the landscaping on the right hand side. Next photo, please. This is the embankment railway path which will run in front of this tree line here. Next photo, please. So through the railway bridge here you can just see the existing steps. These are the steps that are to be replaced, and this is the listed structure here. Next photo, please. So this is a better photo, closer up photo that shows the existing stairway, and as I say, the new one will be wider because it will have a landing in the middle of it. And this is the listed structure. So you can see their metal staircase at the moment wasn't probably part of the former listing of the bridge. Next photo, please. So this is a computer generated image just to show what the new staircase is going to look like. Next photo, please. Again, just to show you some context at the end of the route, this is looking east at the start of the bridge along the railway at Stibbington. Next photo, please. Again, looking east across the bridge. Next photo, please. And this is looking along the existing permissive footpath south along the railway line. So just you can see the level change to the south of that footpath. So the principle of the development, the path follows the former railway line, and as I said before, it is in our local plan. It has been safeguarded for a walking and cycling route as policy LP 15 in your local plan. The northern section of the path you saw went around the Menage, and unfortunately it can't follow the full extent of the railway line in its entirety. This is because the applicant cannot acquire access rights to follow the route in its entirety because it's in private ownership. So the proposal will provide enhancement for walking and cycling within the area. The route will unfortunately not be available for horse riders. However, presently the route isn't available, and as you saw from some of the photographs, there is an embankment and steps, so it wouldn't be possible for horses to follow this route. The issue has been raised during the course of the application about whether this route is necessary and whether there are better alternative routes within the area. However, I would draw members' attention to the fact that we must consider the route before us today and whether that is acceptable in planning terms, and determine both applications on that basis. Members can't resist the proposal because they believe there is a better alternative route available. The local highway authority have considered the application before us. They have no objection on highway safety grounds. They consider the part of the route which will adjoin onto the existing route in Sutton and the adopted highway to be acceptable. The ecology impacts have all been considered and, subject to the imposition of conditions, are found to be acceptable. The site is located within flood zone 3, and this means that at time the footpath may not be passable. However, it is following the route of the former railway line. It is a safeguarded route, and so we have to accept the basis that it may flood. Our Environment Agency and our drainage colleagues have looked at the application and they raise no objections on this basis. In terms of the listed building application and the impact on the listed bridge, you saw the existing bridge and steps. Our conservation officer is raising no objections to this new replacement and does not feel that there will be any impact on the historic significance. Therefore, the officer recommendation for both the full and the listed building application is one of approval, subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms McSherry. Okay, members, we have some speakers on this one, so we'll call first the councillors. Councillor Elsey, please, and Parish Councillor Mick Grange, I believe. Good afternoon, gentlemen, and welcome to the meeting. I'm sure you've been through this before. You have 10 minutes when you're ready to address committee, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Just looking for glasses.
Okay, I'll start, Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to relay my objections to the committee. I would like to start by saying that I am neither against cycling, sustainable transport, or the ability for all to enjoy the countryside. In fact, I fall into many of the user groups, being a cyclist, a dog walker, and a horse owner. But it has to be in a measured and safe way, considering the needs of all users, particularly those who are well established, and I simply don't believe this scheme does. Our local communities and parish councils have been very closely involved in the formulation of the detailed A47 upgrade scheme and adopted a very strategic and balanced approach, with Highways England helping to achieve the optimum outcome for all parties through detailed local knowledge. This application is submitted in isolation and appears to be biased in favour of one user group, cyclists, with little regard for wider interests. Whilst improvements to footpath and cycle routes are always welcome in principle, it is essential that they form part of a cohesive, active travel strategy, which includes a detailed options appraisal for improvements to connectivity which balances the needs of all user groups and which most importantly avoids harm to the existing local residents or the quality of our villages and rural areas, one of our key assets and one which is essential to our health and well-being. This proposal has generated significant interest with strong views on either side, which is exactly why we should take a pause and commission a specialist report that looks at the best way forward. There is a real risk of irrevocable harm and the absence of such a strategy without meaningful, independent, completely holistic stakeholder engagement. Such an important issue should not be left to a planning application to resolve. I strongly urge the committee to refuse the application for the reasons which will eloquently be put forward by the Parish Council and objectors to this proposal, which I will summarise below. The proposed A47 walking, cycling and horse riding route provides far superior route for all non-motorised and disabled users. The route was selected following extensive public stakeholder consultation, has widespread support and will be funded as part of the A47 upgrade. Its route meets the needs of all users and will not harm local residents or the ambience of this important rural area. We need to remember how much disruption these local communities will face for the duration of the A47 upgrade works. They should not have to endure the longer term disruption, disturbance and safety issues that this proposal will clearly generate. This is a popular area for horse riders with 3 livery yards in the local area. It is safe and convenient, especially for young and inexperienced riders. I have personal experience of how cycles and horses in this area don't mix. My mother, who is a hugely experienced rider, is convalescing from a broken hip, having been thrown from her horse after being, I think the term is, buzzed by 4 cyclists who either had no idea or any concern for how to safely approach and pass a horse. I and others in the village have also been subject or seen very near misses for both horse riders and pedestrians. It is also a popular route with ramblers who are drawn by its rural setting. The proposal with its hard-surfaced paths will destroy the tranquil nature of this setting. It has to be recognised that the character of Sutton is of a quiet rural community with no through traffic, a conservation village with narrow lanes, no footpaths, and where any intensification of use will create significant highway safety concerns. The national growth in cycling, particularly following the COVID-19 pandemic, is to be supported, but whilst many cyclists dawdle leisurely, there is an ever-increasing hardcore of serious cyclists, the infamous mammals, who tear along at great speed in their pelotons. These simply do not mix with ramblers and horses. Specific concerns have been expressed about safety on Lovers Lane, and it is essential that a full, proper and independent road safety audit is carried out. The Council assesses the safety of all its transport schemes, including those for cycling and walking, to ensure that there is no risk to users, and the same should be expected here. The growth in cycling, coupled with the creation of this route, would cause significant harm to the amenity of local residents through increased levels of noise and disturbance. This noise and disturbance would inevitably be focused during weekends and summer evenings, when residents should be able to expect the peace and solitude which attracted them to the village in the first place. As I have already mentioned, there is a perfectly adequate new route for users as part of the A47 upgrade. I urge the committee to reject this application and scheme for the reasons I've stated, and for the wider concerns which will be eloquently raised by the Parish Council and others, until a fully inclusive, independent and cohesive active travel strategy consultation is undertaken and the interests of all the user groups are considered. Can I also, I'm going to end there, but can I just say I don't find it helpful that the officer spent the whole of her presentation saying will and is rather than subject to planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to carry on then, please, Councillor?
I fully support comments made by Councillor Alston here, and some Council has fully supported the objective of the Act, where there has been no realistic alternative. However, you've got to include the anchor because of the critical infrastructure for cycling and horse riding. I'm in a car, clearly, that we not have that consideration. Let's SPC, along with others, have ensured that the walking, cycling and horse riding plan within the Highways Image Plan has given accessibility and provide suitable services, and actually that offers movement for people with disabilities. It also encompasses all the primary objectives of this application, provide connectivity to Green Wheel, and in addition, opening up the safety and heavy waters, which again will expand the cycling network. That's described by previous speakers. So it is a unique village in many ways, and in a natural way.
Councillor, sorry, could I just stop you? Your mic is not on. I've just been told. Although I can hear you, you've obviously got a good voice.
I'll say, have
You're
you
not
heard
on.
me? Or do I get...
We can, but it needs to be recorded as well in case there's any query. So.
Do I get extra minutes then, please, for you can't hear me?
No. We all heard you.
Worth a try. Let me gather my thoughts where I'm at to. Yeah, as described by previous speakers, that Sutton is a unique village. The village predominantly used by walkers with many dogs and those following the national footpath which traverses the village along using Lovers Lane. There are a number of horses that you will see daily using the village. The majority of road cyclists visit in small or medium-sized group, which is already problematic given the village layout. There's also a growing number of off-road cyclists using rural footpaths, which they shouldn't be doing. Without question, encouraging more cyclists will reduce the overall village amenity, health and well-being factor, and increase safety risks, especially for the elderly in the village. It gives me no pleasure to be criticising the officer's report. However, it completely ignores and plays down major concerns, as you've just seen with the presentation, and provides completely unbalanced conclusions using some completely wrong assumptions. It fails to give due consideration to Policy Section 2, which says there should be full attention made to the desirability of enhancing the character and or appearance of a conservation area. It does not follow National Planning Policy 4191-92 when dealing with areas of unique and special material considerations, nor taking a balanced view for enhancements for the whole community. It effectively ignores the fact that 850 metres north, there's a far superior route for cyclists, which is already in the planning process of the A47. And sadly, the presentation we've just seen from the planners is given the best position for photographs showing particularly the entrance to Neame Way, showing the widest apex into the Neame Way. If they're showing the predominant route going the other way, you'll see the lack of visibility and the danger of the entrance into that section. Let's make it very clear. This application is about putting a slab of tarmac on top of an existing quiet rural footpath. It's not adding another footpath. It's putting that slab on top and adding dangerous cattle grids, which are not needed, through a limited infrastructure village, along Lovers Lane, across a floodplain, up a lovely, nice, wide set of steps. And then you walk, which has not been mentioned, you go onto the crossing, and it's not been mentioned, and that predominantly is 800 millimetres wide. Certainly not wide enough for me to walk beside my bike with the handlebars and the width of me. You put somebody else on the bridge, and it's impossible to walk across. Cyclists have always been able to get access to the bridge by using the footpath and using what God gave them, that's their legs, to walk with their bikes. Lovers Lane and the existing footpath are one of the most tranquil areas within the village. Tarmac surface is only suitable for cyclists in this setting and is completely incompatible and unsuitable for others. Tarmac is hot in the summer. Certainly you can't walk your dogs in there. Wet and slippery in the winter.
You have 30 seconds, sorry.
Sorry. That is unfair. Cattle grids are...
Sorry, why is that unfair? So you know you've got 10 minutes between you?
We've had a slight delay.
No, we've added that. How long do you think it will take you to sum up? Would it be a minute?
I'm literally coming just 2 points to my conclusions, if I can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Please. Thank you very much. Cattle grids in this setting are extremely dangerous, and we asked Neame Park Trust landowners to actually ensure they're designed out of the scheme. A major part of the application is in flood zone 3 and becomes impassable not just for a few days. In fact, this last year, 13 weeks it was being impassable. Local Planning Policy 24 in Neame Valley clearly states that whereas any flood risk, a development application should be rejected. And of course there should be a sequential test for that reason. In conclusion, Sutton is an exceptional village with unique characteristics and should be recognised as such in any planning consideration. This application should be rejected as it will increase parking issues in the village. It's a duplication of what the A47, Superior A47 route will do. there is little attention being given to the negative impact it creates on amenity, not just for the residents but for other non-motorised users. It increases the safety risk for all, and as British Horse Society has reported, that there is increasing number of issues and incidents that are never reported, and is not a good example for an aspiring environmental capital. So I trust that this committee's common sense prevails in recognising the huge sensitivity of this matter by encouraging a broader consultation to deliver a sensible, balanced walking, cycling and horse riding plan for this area. And of course, at this stage, I would ask you to reject this application. Thank you, and thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, members, do you have questions, please, for either of the councillors? Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, good afternoon, gentlemen. You've mentioned many points there, and I'm sure committee members have listened very, very closely to your arguments, but it appears to me they centre around the mix of users on this potentially created new path. I say new path from what you've said already, and from my own understanding, it's actually following an existing pathway, but introducing a new mode of transport for that pathway, which is purely cyclists. Can you just confirm that initially?
Yes, I can, absolutely.
Fine. And my second point, if I might ask, is the amenity issues for the villagers of Sutton. Do you feel genuinely that it would be a real problem introducing cyclists, because it is only cyclists, I understand, we're talking about as an additional mode of transport? Do you feel, as local councillors, parish and ward councillors, that would be a real issue for the village residents? Thank you.
Thank you. The short answer is yes, absolutely. The amenities that are there and the current users of Lovers Lane and the current users of the village will be detrimentally affected by this proposal should it be accepted.
May I just add to that, is that there's a high proportion of retired residents in the village. We have no footpaths, particularly along Neen Way, is one of the narrowest part of the village. Cyclists do come into the village now, and I've got to say the vast majority are absolutely fine. We are seeing an increasing number of cross-country cyclists using the footpaths and cutting through the village to get to the national footpath network and continue to use it, so that's already an issue. And of course, most of the cyclists do arrive in the village in groups, with a small or large, predominantly male, I have to say. And you know, on entering, there's the farmer sitting behind us here. When you enter Lovers Lane, as you turn the corner, with even one cyclist going round together, let alone two of which we've had confronted, 3 metres from the apex of that corner, which is blind, which was not photograph was not shot here, there is a post box. There's the village post box inset in the side of the wall of a house. If you stand there and a cyclist comes round, if I'm there with my 2 dogs, and cyclists come round, which it has, and it actually has happened when Councillor Day was with me looking at the actual route, then the cyclist actually slipped off because he was cutting the corner too close. You know, he's entitled to do that, but he was going too fast. If that had been a more elderly person, and I'm not a spring chicken, they wouldn't have been able to get out of the way. And certainly my dogs, I had to let go of the leads to let them get out of the way. So that particular area, it is a very, very popular area for people to walk down there and to this footpath that we're talking about and beyond, because it takes you near the river, if you wish, when the floodplain is got water in it. And of course, when it's not, you can cut across the footpath that takes you right up to the river. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Chair, if I might. Thank you for that very prompt, comprehensive response. May I just now ask you to respond briefly about your objections to the surface treatment of this proposed new footpath, which is supposed to be tarmac to a great degree. You mentioned about the heat of tarmac potentially in the summer. Tarmac, of course, is amenable to two-wheeled transport, but not potentially amenable, certainly to dog walkers, you've said, and horse riders. Could you just pad that out slightly for me? Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly, the suggestion that a tarmac surface will enhance the area is frankly ludicrous. There is a pathway there which is multi-purpose at the moment, and it enables all users to be able to use the pathway currently. The reality is that, as has been mentioned, we all know that that the advice given by the RSPCA and others is that tarmac is too hot for dogs in the summer, and that you should test it, to put your hand on it to see whether or not if you can leave your hand on it, and if you can't walk your dog on it. That isn't an issue at the moment, because there's the pathway affords cooling, because it's grass with other substance within it, whereas tarmac is a finite surface, it's a hard surface. It also becomes particularly slippy for horses in periods of extreme heat, which obviously at the moment they don't have to counter, but it can be extremely dangerous. Most horses, not all, but most horses have metal shoes, and those metal shoes do slip on particularly hard tarmac, added to which, when the tarmac gets hot, as we've seen with vehicular access, tarmac can become quite spongy and melt, and the weight, because in the same way that a stiletto heel works, the weight of a horse's hoof, which can potentially be 1.5 tons, will actually erode the surface anyway.
If again I may add that the narrowness of the route, even ignoring horses now, if there's pedestrians on there, it's only 2.5 metres wide, and it's a sharp drop either side. And if you've got anything with the surface that's going to allow extra movement, I'm thinking particularly in the winter, then anybody that slips off, there's nowhere to go. You're going to go in a ditch one side and down an embankment the other. And you know, if you need to get out of the way in a hurry, that's one of my big concerns for pedestrians along there, let alone that this application doesn't make any allowance for other users, which is the equine community. And one of the areas I do concern is, why is it suddenly acceptable for the horse ride the cycling community to come down Lovers Lane, which is a loose surface, loose, porous, softer surface, which is usable by everybody, and suddenly they get onto this section and they want it to be hard tarmac. We would not, as a parish council, be objecting if they wanted to improve that surface by putting a softer surface on the top to make it easier to walk your cycle, or even gently cycle along an alternative surface, which Sustrans quote that can be used. But this application has just chosen to use the surface they have, and I quote that it's because it's cheaper in the long term with maintenance. That means that money is being put in front of people's safety and other users' usability of the surface. That to me is just a ludicrous situation, when currently it can be used. I would agree it could be gently tidied up, and I would not object, I don't think the parish would object to that, to make it easier for cyclists. But this is, you know, there's been no compromise here, and we as a parish council have tried to do that along with both Neame Park Trust and with Peterborough Cycle West, and be quite frank with you, they've ignored every suggestion we put up. Thank you for letting me elaborate again.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Can I just ask you, please, if the new route that goes ahead along the A47, to what extent do you think it will take the cyclists, the traffic that is clearly a problem at the moment, you know, to what extent do you think it will move it away from the village? You know, what's your view on it, please?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll answer very briefly, and I'll hand over to Mick, because obviously he's a resident. But to my mind, it is a perfectly acceptable route. It's being designed in conjunction with the A47, and the route will mean that most of the traffic will bypass the Sutton village, because it runs along the top of the Sutton village rather than coming into the Sutton village. So in terms of accessibility to the village, potentially that cycle pathway still enables cyclists to go into the village should they wish to, but they don't need to be connected from the Neem Park to Wansford and so on and so forth. And the reality is that if this scheme is rejected and the A47 is the preferred route, that still doesn't mean that cyclists can't use the existing pathway which is there, because they're already using it.
If I may add to that, I was chairman of the local community group who have been arguing and fighting against Highways England, and the Witchar routes have been paramount, and we fought for cyclists. So this isn't an anti-cyclist argument that we're having. We fought for the best we can, and putting provisions for those who are partially disabled using cyclists, which you clearly can't do with this route with steps there. And I think, to be honest, I think there will be a migration to that. Therefore, this disruption that we're getting with the footpath going into Sutton it will be totally unnecessary, in my opinion. And if we improve the surface, it will open up access for more, but I think that it will control it. It actually puts a choke on it, because a lot of riders don't like going on soft surfaces, so it will naturally push them away. So where there is a comment would come from Cycle West, say they're complementary in that condition, in that situation. I think there is a little bit of complementary nature there, but I think for the protection of Sutton and the amenity of Sutton, the fact that it's a soft surface will take away some of the cycling groups that are there. If they really want to use it, as I said before, give what God gave you and use your feet and walk along your cycle and get across to the bridge. I think the bridge is a bigger problem to cyclists, not the surface. The surface could remain as it is. The only other thing I have, I know the horse riders have, is the cattle grids. That's an appalling decision in the setting which is in. We've all seen cattle grids before, but they've been open to go into an open field to stop livestock from getting out. This is in a narrow, going down a lover's lane, which most people let their dogs off there, and then suddenly if they turn right, a rabbit goes, or the dog's spooked, whatever, they take a sharp turn right, 20 metres away from the junction is nothing. And if a horse spooks, they'll certainly go 20 metres before you can blink, and they're potentially straight onto cattle grids. So I think take the safety away, improve the surface for some cyclists, and I'm thinking of the mums and dads that may want to get across to the railway station, and I think a good idea to be able to lock the bikes down the bottom. But we need to have something that pushes the majority of the cyclists. And as I've said before, what we get in the village at the moment is small groups, small medium groups coming through, predominantly men, predominantly very antagonistic towards us, and I've had them shout me, not ringing the bell, shout at me to get off the road and get on the verge. They're quiet lanes in Sutton, they're all quiet lanes. I don't have a footpath to get on, there's a verge, but I'm quite entitled to be on the hard road with my dog. And when I get that, I get very passionate about it, and I'm getting angry now about it. When I've got people coming in the village like that, I've got a chance of getting out of the way. We have a number of elderly people who walk around the village with sticks. They can't get out of the way easily, and I find it very frustrating that, I understand legitimate cycling groups are trying to expand the route, but they won't accept the A47 option is a very good option for all cyclists, and I spent hours working with Highways England to make sure that we got the best we could for them. There's still a couple of connectivity problems, but we're still talking. That hasn't finished either. Whereas this, I'm happy to be reconsidered, but we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be doing a yes or no now. We should be looking at a holistic view of the whole thing and say, you know what, this piece is designed for this type of traffic, this one is this, it will minimise the impact on Sutton, and I think most people will be pretty happy about it if we do it that way. If this happens with tarmac, I can tell you there are people in the village, there will be some serious anger, and one of the villages have said they'll be, I'll get civil action out. I mean, you've got to understand, people are extremely passionate about this, and it's a tiddly piece in reality of footpath there. And I've got to say, the villagers, and to conclude, I've talked too long, villagers are really also upset. It's an adjacent village that are actually driving this into Sutton, and they've not listened to the views of Sutton. And that, again, has created a real horrible atmosphere about this that I don't like. I'm getting stuck in the middle of it. and I'm sure these guys from Cycle West won't like it because there will be some antagonism, and it can be simply put to bed and having a proper review of which are networks which are going to be changed completely in what they can offer with the A47. And we should re-look at the whole thing and say, this is what we need, guys. And I'd be happy to do that, and I'm sure these guys behind me from Cycle West would. But please, stop this now and then give us the opportunity to do that, which is in the best interest of everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Any other questions, please? No. Thank you very much, councillors. How much it started? About a minute. Okay, thank you. If I could call now Mr. Scriven, Simon Scriven. Good afternoon, Mr. Scriven, and welcome. Can you make sure your mic's on when you address it? You'll have 5 minutes. You have to press there's a button with it looks like a face on it. Can you see it at the bottom?
Got it. Is that on?
You'll have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll try not to repeat any of the points that were already been made. But I've lived in Sutton for 30 years, and I'm one of the vast majority of village residents who are opposed to this application. As you have read from the papers and you've heard from Messrs Elsey and Grange, that opposition is based on a number of good reasons and genuine concerns. But I just want to address you on one, which is safety. I and many others in the village are very concerned about the increased risk that this application poses to all users, and not least to the many equestrians in Sutton who will be particularly vulnerable. There is already a significant safety risk in Sutton due to its particular layout, and of course it is through Sutton that all users of the proposed new route will have to pass. As you've heard, the village is very small. It only has single-lane roads. It doesn't have any pavements, and all the corners and junctions are right-angled and blind. So all road users already need to take exceptional care. And if this application is granted, then the level of that risk will increase. That is recognised in Condition 19, which requires visibility splays at the junction of Lovers Lane. However, and I think this is symptomatic of some of the shortcomings in the report, it overlooks the fact that such splays will be impossible to implement. Unfortunately, the photograph which you saw of Lovers Lane at the start doesn't show the entrance to it at the village end. And that entrance, the junction is bordered on one side by the stone wall of the churchyard, and on the other side by a stone wall of a listed cottage. There is no room for these splays, and those obstacles cannot be moved. And so I would have thought that that alone is going to raise a serious concern for you, and possibly a strong reason for rejection of the application, or at the very least the commission of the additional report that Councillor Elsey has recommended. We don't know what the increased level of risk will be. The report assumes that the number of cyclists using the route will be insignificant. That assumption, I would submit, is very risky in itself, because no proper attempt has been made to quantify numbers. And I think we all would recognise that if a risk is going to be safely managed, the appropriate approach is not to assume the best possible outcome, as the report does, but the worst likely. Hoping for the best inevitably means that a risk is underestimated and control measures will be inadequate. In my view, no new risk to safety is justified unless it is necessary. And it is not necessary to introduce this risk, in this case, because of the fully funded A47 route, which you've heard about, and which meets the aim of the applicant, which is access to the west of the A1. Granting an additional route may be a lovely favour to some, but it will come here at a high price to others. The equestrians have raised serious concerns which are based on first-hand experience in the location itself. And you've heard also from Councillor Elsey with similar direct evidence about his mother. Sadly, these concerns are dismissed by the report, preferring national statistics which have been submitted as scientific evidence in support of the application. And relying on those, the report concludes that the risk to horse riders is minimal, commenting that horse riders and cyclists coexist elsewhere and, to quote, Sutton is no different to other villages in that respect. I fear that the report has badly missed the point here. Sutton is different to other villages, not because of the people who live there, but because, as we've said, every single track, every single road is single track, there are no pavements, and every corner is blind. Those are not national characteristics. The report also dismisses the many concerns that have been raised about putting a cattle grid bang next to an equestrian manege. It concludes that cattle grids are part of the rural character, and it is not considered that they would be any more of a danger in this location than elsewhere. And with the greatest respect, this is a woefully ill-informed and misguided conclusion. Anyone who has the slightest knowledge of horses will understand the risk that these grids pose. A horse will likely take flight if it is spooked, and it will take flight through any gap that it perceives offers safe passage. A cattle grid in that gap is likely to be a death sentence of that horse. In this case, it is unnecessary and could easily be replaced by gates, which would have the added benefit of making cyclists dismount and therefore reduce the threat that they pose. Finally, the proposed new route down the old railway will not be accessible to equestrians, and contrary, I understand, to the local plan, and contrary to the applicant's own design and access statement, which says that the new corridor can be used for all non-motorised users.
Mr Scriven, your time is up, but I'm going to give you 30 seconds because everybody else had extra. So
thank you. I'm pretty sure I can do it. Genuine concerns on safety and accessibility. Both key policy criteria have not been taken seriously. Condition 14 about signage would need to be much stronger. Again, you've heard about Councillor Elsie's mother. With the A47 route in progress, this application brings no real added value, and its additional risk cannot therefore be justified. I would therefore ask the committee to reject the application or commission the special report that Councillor Elsie suggests. If, despite what you've heard, you're still minded to grant it, I'd request that the imposition of cattle grids is refused. The signage at either end of the village reminds cyclists of their duty under the Countryside Act to give way to pedestrians and horses.
Mr Scriven, now you've now gone to 6 minutes, so thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, members, questions for Mr Scriven, please? No? I have one, if I may, please, sir. You mentioned about the cattle grids. What's the current sort of protection between the fields to stop while cattle moving between fields?
There's a gate.
It's all gates currently?
It's all gated.
Right, thank you. Just wanted to check. Any other questions? No, thank you very much, Mr Scriven. Okay, I'll now call Andrew Nash and Andrew McDermott, please. Good afternoon, gentlemen. If I could please, as you speak, if you could introduce who is who when you address committee. As previously, Mr Scriven had 6 minutes, you will also be given the same amount of time. So when you're ready, you can start to address committee.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm Andrew Nash from Peterborough Cycle West, and this is Mr Andrew McDermott from the Neen Park Trust. Peterborough Cycle West are a small voluntary group of local people who are interested in enlarging the network of safe cycling routes in the Peterborough area. There is a major lack of safe cycle routes to the west of Peterborough, which prevents access to some of the local communities. This, together with having to cross the A1, deters cyclists from continuing their journeys, and the only current cycle route to Wansford and the west includes, currently, a very dangerous section of the A47. The disused railway line under discussion is safeguarded land for future walking and cycling infrastructure, as designated under policy LP15 of the adopted Peterborough Local Plan, and therefore it's entirely appropriate that it's part of this plan. We intend to open up a short but significant portion of that land, tying into the existing road and cycle network as much as possible. This will improve access to the western part of the Nene Park Trust Rural Estate and the Nene Valley Railway, both popular leisure destinations for cyclists and walkers. And that's why we have the support of our major partners, the Nene Park Trust and the Nene Valley Railway, who are the landowners in the area. The new route will benefit walkers as well as cyclists, as the current footpath goes over some rough ground and is often waterlogged in winter in places. The new route will be more resistant to wet weather and only impassable when the river periodically floods. It will also connect several local villages and enable cyclists and walkers to go further afield by crossing the A1 at Stibbington to connect with a network of safer roads and villages in East Northants. We have received much support from a wide range of other organisations and the wider community, from several local parishes and over 200 individuals. East Northants District Council have also supported us because of the future potential of establishing a connection with their Northants Greenway route that they have been constructing from Rushton. You will be aware that Highways England are planning to include a route for walkers and cyclists along the proposed A47 dualling between Sutton Roundabout and Wansford Village. We fully support that development because it will provide safer access to the west and northwest into the Rutland and Leicestershire areas via Wansford Village. We believe our route is complementary to that development. It has been stated that our route is redundant and will be duplicating that. But our route will go to a different destination, the Nene Valley Railway Station at Stibbington and the Nene Park Trust Western Rural Estate, and will attract a different group of cyclists, from leisure and family cyclists visiting the countryside and local cyclists seeking connections between their local community. The route along the A47, being straighter and without the necessary barriers on our route, will attract more regular road cyclists and anyone wanting the most direct and quickest route to or from Wansford and beyond. Highways England have assured us that their route is going ahead, and if we are successful in creating our route, it will not be used as a reason for cancelling their proposals. Encouraging more people to cycle and walk will contribute both to their general health and reducing road traffic, and that aim is in line with this Council's objectives for sustainable transport and for promoting active and healthy lifestyles. This scheme, if successful, will be completed at no extra cost to local taxpayers, as the finance will be sought from outside funding bodies, and the future maintenance of the route will be the responsibility of the landowners, the Nene Park Trust and the Nene Valley Railway. Questions have been raised about possible detrimental effects upon the landscape or wildlife during construction. Our ecological assessment has set out in detail the measures we accept should be undertaken to mitigate any negative impacts and enhance the environment for the future. Concerns, as you've heard at length, have been raised, mainly within the village of Sutton, that increased numbers of cyclists will increase the likelihood of accidents with pedestrians, horse riders and motorists. While we agree that when they are sharing paths, all non-motorised users need to be aware of the needs of others, records show that the actual incidence of accidents is rare. We believe that the risk of such encounters can be minimised by the use of appropriate signage that advises all users to be aware of the needs of others and to respect each other. There is also a problem we've told of cyclists straying onto footpaths. I would add, I believe that risk is lessened when you have clearly advertised and signposted routes for cyclists which do not exist at present. To conclude, therefore, this proposal will be a popular and valuable cost-effective addition to the local cycling network. It's in line with the City Council's objectives for sustainable transport and promoting healthy lifestyles, and its cost for construction and maintenance will not be a drain on the city. The project will deliver a substantial benefit for our city and its surrounding rural area, and should be seen as part of the city's positive statement about its safeguarding of the local environment and the future well-being of its people. And I might add, for all these reasons, we urge you to approve this application in line with the recommendation of the very detailed, balanced and thorough report produced by the Council's own officers. I'll now hand over very briefly to Mr. Andrew McDermott of the Neen Park Trust.
6 minutes up. I'm afraid the 6 minutes is up now. You've had it, I'm afraid. Maybe.
Well, I'm very happy to take any questions. I suppose that's what I would say. I'm here in support, obviously, of the application. A lot of the questions that have been posed to the previous speakers, I'd be happy to answer those again as the representation of the landowner, and answer any other questions about the scheme, which I think is very positive.
Thank you very much. Any questions then, please, from members? Councillor Hogg.
I just wanted to kind of ask the question about the choice of treatment for the path, the use of tarmac specifically. Why are you going for is this basically to facilitate the use for road bikes as opposed to kind of more off-road biking, which is currently the case that they can currently access as is, as it were?
Well, just to be clear, there is no clear access for off-road bikes at the moment. I know some off-roaders do use the pathway across the field there, but they should not be doing such, and I think I've referenced one issue about that. The question is, why have we put forward tarmac? I should say that our design has been done in connection with the charity Sustrans, the main non-motorised charity for Britain, and they have obviously joined with us. The basic reason why we chose tarmac was because it has certain advantages over other surfaces. It is more durable, obviously, which is one issue. It's less prone to damage from some other users, whether it be cycles or horse riders or anybody for that matter. I think another reason is part of the path goes across areas which at the moment are often flooded or can be put underwater, and if we had a less durable surface there could be a real danger that it would be washed away. The third reason, I think, is in line with the City Council's own policies under LTN 120, which is cited in the report. That's local transport note, I understand. It does suggest that tarmac should be used as a surface for cycleways wherever possible. Having said that, we have obviously taken account of some of the objections to the use of tarmac, and in our proposal we stated one of the objections was about the visual impact of such, and we said we are happy to consider rolling gravel in to the surface of the tarmac, perhaps to make it less noticeable. But for all those reasons, that's why we're putting forward tarmac. Yeah.
Sorry, and a follow-up question was, obviously there's been some criticism levied about the use of cattle grids, and I just wanted to ask the question as, is it so much of an imposition to have a gate and for cyclists to dismount to use the gate? And, are we going too far down the use, making it too easy for cyclists?
I think that is an interesting dilemma, and obviously we did consider that. I think Sustrans and us put forward the issue of cattle grids because it would allow cyclists to go more easily straight from Lovers Lane onto the path itself, and then from off the path onto the stretch that goes across the field. I've got to say that the sort of cattle grids that are being designed, and I think you saw pictures of some of them on the visual display, are quite different from the cattle grids that are normally used for motor vehicles. The bars are spaced far more closely together. They're only 10 centimetres apart, and I think they are less of an annoyance, if you like, to many of the other users than possibly existing sort of cattle grids you get for cars. So I think those are the reasons why we've put forward for cattle grids. Having said that, obviously since we put in this application we have had further meetings with representatives of Sutton Parish Council, and I would imagine some of that discussion may continue, and I think possibly the subject of cattle grids might be one we might return to. But as things stand, they are in the application. Yep.
I might add that, as Andrew said, this is cattle grids which are designed for bicycles rather than designed for cars, and like one might imagine is normally at a field entrance. the other element here is it's replacing a gate, which not only may there be issues with gates being left open and things like that in the rural estate, but also having a gate which would be swinging and closing is another source of potential objection and nuisance if then there's noise because the amenity of the village is disturbed by a gate that's opening and closing. There are many small elements of this application which can be discussed and argued about, and better options for this or that, but the principle of the application and the improvement for the wider populace is positive. It's a positive investment. And as Andrew said, we've had ongoing and many discussions where some of these elements can be fine-tuned, but in principle, the best options we feel have been put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hogg asked my question. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. Councillor Brown.
You said that you would maintain the cycleway. That's the Neame Park Trust, isn't it? Well, I hope you've got more confidence in the Green Wheel, because the Green Wheel promised us years ago that they would maintain their Green Wheel cycleways, and they haven't done it.
So, obviously, we maintain many hundreds of metres of footpath across Neame Park as things currently stand, and we've been supportive of this project from 2015 when it was included within our master plan, which the City Council were involved in consulting on, and many local parishes were also involved in consulting on. So it's been part of our long-term plan, but from the beginning we're very clear about ensuring it doesn't become a maintenance burden and is forgotten and left to go to rack and ruin, because clearly that would not be good for the scheme, but also presents a liability to the trust as a landowner. The last thing we want is for a path to be in a poor condition out in the rural estate. So we've dealt with that sort of early on in terms of how we've supported the project and ensuring there'll be some contribution towards that future maintenance. But also, we're underwriting it as the trust. We see it as a positive investment in our rural estate, and something which is really important for the wider community to get out and have these sort of active lifestyles and all the rest of it that's been mentioned in the report, and is really important. So I think it's a good place to spend money.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No, I have two for you, please, if you wouldn't mind, gentlemen. First one, it's been mentioned by obviously those in objection, this corner, on the corner of Lovers Lane, which is a blind corner, and that visibility displays are needed, but effectively, from what I've been told, are impossible to happen because there are two stone walls either side. Do you acknowledge that is a fact?
Yes, I mean, my reading of the report was the visibility displays will be at the bottom of Lovers Lane, if you like, where it joins the cycleway. I wasn't aware that the report was suggesting that there would be any visibility displays at the top. Again, I think the major suggestion we would be making would be that proper signage would advise cyclists to take care, and indeed other users of the path to take care, which obviously would include at junctions like that.
Okay, I'll clarify that point of officers. Sorry, sir, you can't do that. I'm sorry. It's let me know. Right. Okay, horses then. If we go down the cattle grid route, which is what's in front of us, irrespective of how wide they are, they're a danger to horses. Would you agree?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Irrespective of what cattle grid size you're talking about, because I know you said it was 10 centimetres or something, the gaps.
Yeah.
It's again been put to the committee that if a horse was in that field and being ridden or whatever and bolted and went for that gap, would you agree that's dangerous to horses?
Are you talking about the cattle grids now?
Cattle grid.
Yeah.
Did I not say cattle grid?
As I said, the space. I think you've got to look at the likelihood of that happening. If look firstly at the cattle grids. The cattle grids are quite different to the grids that are used for motor vehicles, and the bars are spaced far more closely together. They're only 10 centimetres apart. There might be other places that a horse could go other than go straight into the field over the grid. So I don't necessarily see that as a major danger, no.
Okay.
Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to speak.
No, you can't, Councillor, because if we start that, it's the same for everybody. No,
there is a... Can I...
okay, thank you, but... Look, we have a process here, and we must follow that process, otherwise it becomes mayhem. So please, if you wanted to talk, you should have registered to speak. You've had your chance. You can't now go back and challenge what the next person says. That's not fair. That's our job, effectively. So please, no more shouting out from the back. Carry on, sir.
So around horses and around this route, generally, this route is one route across our land. There's lots of other permissive routes, footpaths, permissive bridleways. You know, we as a trust, you know, are keen to promote access to a whole range of people and a whole variety of users. We have a horse yard within the park already, and we obviously have extensive cycling going on across the park already. So it's an area that we are concerned about. The mentions of all the various risks and safety elements that have been brought up previously are clearly in our mind as well, as whilst there may all be personal individuals who are affected by them, as the trust who are running this route and promoting it, we don't want to be liable or seen to be neglecting our duty. You know, we don't think we are.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't want to do that. Thank you for answering the questions. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else? No. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, questions to officers. Anybody got any questions, please? No. Well, I'm going to ask one. Mr. McSherry, could you sort of clarify this position with this effective blind corner that seems to have stone walls either side that could be dangerous? What's your views on that for me, please?
Thank you, Chair. The original red line plan that you saw starts from Lovers Lane at the entrance to the field. So that's the only part where the applicant has got control over, and that's the part that we've asked for the visibility displays on. Yeah. Further into the village, like you say, there is existing accesses, and the applicant has no control over those visibilities because they're in third-party land. So that's an existing situation that users have to use at the moment and will have to continue as a result of this path, but it's not within the applicant's gift to change that.
No, fair enough. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Anything else? Anybody else? No? Okay, we'll move straight to debate then, please. Who wants to kick that off? Donald Rush. Councillor Hiller, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. A lot of information here, isn't there? A lot of points to take note of and information to assimilate. I have to say I was particularly impressed with both ward and parish councillor addresses and Mr. Scriven's address, who lived in the Sutton village for 30 odd years. Very eloquent address, and I think addressed many of the salient points for me. The difficulty I have with this application, Chair, is that it's in effect, as I see it, the creation of a cyclist highway into Sutton village. I have to, at this juncture, I think I'm more inclined to go against the officer's recommendation, I'm afraid, to approve this. Safety is a big issue in my mind with regard to this application. I live in a relatively small village myself, but our village has two-way roads and it has pavements. Sutton I know very well. It is a single carriageway road village and it has no pavements. With an increase of cyclists and a mix of cyclists, pedestrians and horses, where do the residents, if they're out walking, where do they seek refuge? If indeed refuge needs to be sought, it's a terribly difficult one, and it's all very well saying, well, you know, that's probably unlikely, or with regard to the cattle grid question, the horse may go somewhere else, it may go here, it may go there, it may go on that cattle grid, and I think I'm listening to Councillor Elsey, who is a horse owner, and I'm thinking 10 centimetres is pretty much 4 inches gap between the cattle grid runs, for want of a better word. A horse's hoof could very easily, if not go completely through that, could be very upset by that, and horses we hear weigh upwards of a tonne, maybe 1.5 tonnes, something like that. I think this is an issue waiting to happen, and frankly I'm it sits very uneasily with me, given that we've got an existing pathway, we have an existing byway, bridleway, and this is enhancing, inverted commas, with the use of tarmac, some tarmac derivative, which I think would be alien in a country landscape. The bridge aside, there's many areas of this I'm not happy with, and I really don't think I will be supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg.
So I have to say that I'm broadly in agreement with the words from Councillor Hiller. I have concerns over the use of the cattle grids. I'm not entirely sure that they're necessary, and that the welfare of animals should come above the convenience of cyclists to having to dismount and go through a gate. I think that the use of this tarmac material, I'm not entirely convinced that it's necessary. I think that there could be something that is used that is more sympathetic to the rural setting that the path is in. I also think that by putting tarmac in, that effectively you'll be encouraging road bikes that travel at quite considerable speeds, especially with a kind of freshly tarmacked path. And I think that could actually lead to a danger to other users of the path, be it pedestrians and or horses and dogs. And then you've then got the pinch point of the bridge that is really quite narrow. So it just seems to me that, and then the alternative of this new development on the A47, which it was conceded that the majority of users would use the A47 route because it was more direct and quicker going forward. So I'm not entirely sure that this kind of upgraded tarmac approach is one that is needed or necessary. I think that essentially the scheme probably needs to be re-looked at with regards to the upcoming A47 route, and looking at the kind of the wider gamut of users that will be using this path going forward. And I think Neen Park Trust have got some considerable experience in terms of having pathways that aren't tarmac, that are still really quite accessible, and I think essentially it just needs to kind of go back to the drawing board a little bit to be looked at with those points in mind.
Thank you, Councillor Hogg. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, when I was looking at the submission by Councillor Elsey and Councillor Grange was very good, and I do believe in what they were saying about the character of the path in that area. I think it will be damageable to the local environment and not really fit for the rural setting, and I believe that it will be damaging to the amenities of that local village. It will cause more harm than do good for the local area. So I'm kind to agree with Councillor Ellis and Councillor Grange to go with that. And then on the safety of the cattle grids from Mr Scribbins, I do believe that these cattle grids will cause more damage, cause harm to the horses, and will be potential danger for other animals in the area. So on the safety grounds and on the damage to amenity to the local villages, I'm likely to go against the officer's recommendation and refuse this application.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. I'm mindful as well of the fact that, yes, we want to promote a city that is going towards carbon neutral, and as much as we want to promote cycleways and more green areas, etc. The one concern I have with this application is the safety aspect, as well as my colleagues have mentioned. So I will be mindful to go against this application in because of that.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to support the application, I really do. But for me, in summary, notwithstanding the points made by anybody else, at this stage, I think there are too many pinch points, there are too many best case scenarios that don't leave me with that sort of warm and cosy feeling that everything will be okay. And I would, if it is going to be refused, as is looking likely, then perhaps it could be reviewed. I think the Neem Park Trust will do a good job in maintaining the path, but there are elements of it that aren't within their pay, aren't within their control, that will just be, will leave too much to chance. So, as much as I want to support it, I'm minded also to go against. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members want to enter the debate? No? Okay. If I can just finish off my side then. I think it's already been said, but I have to bring it up again that I have real concerns over these cattle grids for starters. They seem to me, and maybe a bit coarse to say it, but they're designed for speed and convenience, in my view. They're designed to get through quicker. And as Councillor Hoggs quite rightly said, this could well be not just cyclists, but off-road bikes and off-road motorbikes that could also make use of this. I think the gates are a natural barrier to that sort of thing, and I think that's the sort of thing that should remain rather than categories, particularly when there's horses about. We've been told in the report there are 3 different equestrian areas, so there's a lot of horses in the area, so the risk is higher. And also, you know, the whole point really of the plan is that we use all non-motorised users effectively, and from this report we're actually taking out the equestrian side of it. We're only allowing effectively bikes and pedestrians and whatever else decides it wants to go on there, but horses will not be allowed on it, which is a shame. Like I say, the safety, I think it's been said, the safety bit, I'm very uncomfortable with that. I'm uncomfortable with the amount of vehicles that will go, or cyclists that are likely to head through Sutton rather than around it, and I'm certainly uncomfortable with the fact these cattle grids are there. So that in mind, I'm afraid I think this needs to go back to the drawing board, as you say, and I'll be voting against it. Anybody else? No? Could I have a proposal then? Has anybody got a proposal at this point? Sorry, you're going to ask me something.
I was just going to remind you about reasons for refusal.
Yes. Well, we'll see what the proposal is. Yes. Okay. Yes, Councillor Hiller, please, for your proposal.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On the basis of what I've already said and has been concurred by other members, I wish to propose that we go against the officer's recommendation for this particular application, citing policies LP 17, LP 16 and 19 for perhaps the opposite reasons why those policies have been cited to support the application, for the reasons that have already been outlined. Thank you, Chair.
Would you want those repeating? Just want to make sure we're clear before we go to vote.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I've noted that you've raised a refusal on the grounds of conflict with policies LP 16, 17 and 19. Okay, and could you just elaborate on the reasons why there is conflict with those policies?
Yeah, most certainly, Mrs. Bland. The amenity of the residents of the village of Sutton, I feel, will be compromised and impacted upon by the imposition of this new route. Hence LP 17 I feel is contrary. LP 16 and 19 in paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of page 51 of the report. It's considered the proposal would be, it's not considered the proposal would be unsympathetic to the character of the village. I think it would be, frankly. And I think the tarmac finish would be alien in the landscape, so I would suggest it's contrary to LP 16 and 17 of the adopted local plan. Is that sufficient, Mrs. Mann?
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you clear, or do you want to ask anything else? Are you clear with that, officers, yeah?
Yeah.
You're clear.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have a seconder, please? Councillor Warren, second that. We have a proposal, and it's been seconded, so we'll go to the vote. So all those in favour, please put your hand up. Okay. Okay. Against? And abstentions? Okay, so that's 9 for the proposal and 2 abstentions. So the application is effectively refused. Thank you very much. Okay, anybody involved in that particular one, obviously you're free to leave whenever you wish. And we'll move on to the next one in a minute. Now, I've just forgotten something. We do need to go for a separate vote for item 4.2, which is the bridge steps bit. So could I just go on that one? Could I get a proposal, please? Councillor Hiller? In favour? Okay. Seconder? No, that's in favour of officers, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Seconder? Councillor Brown? All those in favour? That's a unanimous decision. Yeah, it's a unanimous decision, so that one is approved, the bridge bit. Yeah. Sorry about that, I just noticed, I nearly forgot it, sorry. Okay. Just bear with us a minute while we just set up the slides for the next bit. Okay. Yes, we're ready. Okay, are you ready? Okay, we're moving on now to item 4.3, which relates to 35 Westgate in Peterborough. This will be presented by Mrs. Bland when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application relates to 35 Westgate, and it's
not coming through very well.
Not coming through. Okay, this application relates to 35 Westgate, and it relates to changes to the use of the ground floor of an existing retail shop to form 6 retail units and a taxi cab office. It also includes a change of use to the second floor to a restaurant and various external alterations. Turning to the next slide, members will see the red line of the application located to the south side of Westgate. And moving on to the next slide, this photograph shows the external appearance of the building. It's the building to the middle of the slide with the green fascia board. This is a 3-storey terraced building. It's located within the core of the city centre. It currently is of a modern design, and you'll see that it's currently used as one large retail unit. To the side of the development is a bank which has approval for residential use and is a locally listed building. The site is located within the city centre conservation area. Turning to the next slide, members will see that in the street scene there is a Hackney cab waiting rank immediately outside the application property on Westgate. Further along the road is located the bus station and also the car parks to Queensgate. Turning to the next slide, this is the layout plan, and the drawing to the left-hand side shows the ground floor. You can see how the large retail floor space would be divided into 6 retail units, with the taxi booking office located to the left-hand side of those units. Also at the ground floor there would be additional openings made into the ground floor to create 4 new entrances, one to the taxi office, the second one to the shops, the third one immediately into a retail unit, and then the third one to some stairs leading up to the upper levels. The first floor would remain vacant, but the second floor would be used partly as a restaurant, a small restaurant in size. The scheme originally included a shisha lounge. That has now been removed from the application. Turning to the next slide, we can now see the external elevations. The upper floors would remain as existing, except that the current pebble dashing would be replaced with a white or an off-white render to be more in keeping with the conservation area. The proposed new entrances would form part of a series of shop fronts, which would be in keeping with the design of the existing building. So looking at the two elements of the proposal, firstly the change of use to retail and to restaurant use. With the new use classes order, these would bring these uses all within Class E, which are effectively in the same use class order. That's the same use class as the existing building, and therefore technically there would be no permission needed for that change of use in itself. One of the reasons this application is coming forward is that in order to enable those changes of use, there would be alterations to the external alterations, the new shop fronts and new entrances and so on. The proposal would result in a change of use in the introduction of the taxi booking office. This application has attracted 41 objections, mainly in relation to the taxi use. And those have highlighted issues around impact on highway safety, crime, antisocial behaviour. Those are set out in your report. In respect of the taxi office use itself, it would be both a taxi office and for dispatch of taxi for minicabs, but also it would also allow visiting members of the public to use the office. They could either book a cab using an app, by phone, visiting the office, and then they would wait on the street or elsewhere within the city to await the arrival of a taxi, or a minicab, I should say. As we've seen, Westgate already has a Hackney cab waiting area. This would not be available to the minicab drivers. However, in other parts of Westgate, including loading bays and areas where there are double yellow lines, the Council's enforcement team have confirmed that these can be areas where minicabs may pick up customers. The responsibility of ensuring highway safety and compliance with the highway code would be a matter for the drivers themselves. There have been no objections to the application from the Council's highway engineers or from the police on the basis of crime. One feature of the objections has been on the basis of the impact on another minicab business located on Westgate and also on the Hackney carriage businesses that are immediately outside. These matters that relate to competition are not planning matters and therefore cannot be taken into account as material considerations in the determination of this application. The application overall is recommended for approval, but subject to a number of conditions. And I would draw your attention in particular to condition C3, which would be a temporary condition restricting the use of the taxi office to that of 2 years only, and that is in order to allow an assessment over that period of time of any crime, antisocial behaviour or highway safety impacts. There are other conditions that relate to the external alterations, such as the submission of external materials, the prevention of roller shutter doors being inserted. There would need to be security measures submitted around the taxi office and also an external flue to ensure that suitable means of ventilation and extraction are achieved by way of the second floor restaurant. And subject to these conditions, Chairman, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bland. Okay, we have several speakers on this one. So firstly, I'll call on the ward councillor, please. Councillor Jamil. Good afternoon, Councillor Jamil. You're old hat at this one as well, so you know you'll have 10 minutes to address committee when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. After the last item, you'll be glad I won't going to take 10 minutes of your time. But there are certain things that have to be said. As you are aware, I called this in originally because I wasn't satisfied with the taxi element of it. The rest of the application I have no issues with. I'm doing this on the basis that I just don't think that that taxi office in that place is the right place for it to go. Now, we've seen from the photographs that there is a taxi rank straight outside. There is the one at the bus station, and the photographs, what they don't show you is there another taxi office about another 100 yards down the road. So whether we need to have something at that place like a taxi office is something that we need to consider. I was trying to think of an example of what I can do is we have a Hackney rank outside. So in normal circumstances, if there was a sandwich shop, we would not put a mobile sandwich shop outside it. Just, you know, we would not grant permission because it wouldn't be the right thing to do. And this is one of those ones where I feel where the public and we ourselves are asked by our constituents, you know, how did that happen? You know, you have a rank, not only do you have the rank outside, but you've also got the rank on Westgate, on Park Road. So we're almost overserved with taxis. Now, I know a lot of the taxi drivers have said to me that they're in the process of buying electric cabs to moving from diesel. So it's an environmental element to this as well, in the sense that we will be attracting more diesel cars, more petrol cars into the city centre. In terms of safety, I know highways have said that they can come up and pick up in loading bays and on double yellow lines, but there is very limited space between where the Hackney rank is and where, I'll pick on John Lewis, where the old John Lewis stop starts. Do we really, as an authority, want that area to be clogged by cars picking up pedestrians? Because if you get too many, you're going to get the traffic build up, you're going to get fumes. If the taxi arrives beforehand, customers arrive afterwards, you're going to have problems. I think we're building ourselves up to having loads of problems in that area when we can prevent that from happening now. I know in the report our licensing team have said that there is no identifiable benefit to this proposal because it's already served with existing taxis. So I would say we have a situation here where our planners are saying one thing and our licensing team are at conflict with the information that they've given. And I would specifically request that whilst this is, I would say, in general terms, that the application and what's being proposed is a benefit to the area, and it's going to be hopefully a benefit to the whole of the city, the element of the taxi office is problematic. Now, I know that, you know, taxi drivers, I know we've got a whole load of them standing outside because they feel that their livelihoods are going to be impacted. I know that is not something that the taxi committee will consider today. But it's something that you can't separate. And therefore, as someone who has seen the city grow in the way it has, I think we're inviting trouble. The enforcement part is something that's also problematic because I know at night time that the Hackney drivers are saying that the minicabs are picking up fares and so on. This kind of conflict is the kind of stuff that we're building ourselves up to, and do we really want that in the heart of our city? So therefore, I would ask you to refuse this application today and ask the person to go back and come back with something a bit more amenable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jamil. Any questions from anybody, please? Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Good afternoon, Councillor Jamil. You're an experienced councillor. You know how these things work from a committee point of view. I'm struggling to get from your address this afternoon on what basis you would want the committee to refuse this application. Could you be a little bit more specific about the rationale rather than talk about sandwich shops and mobile sandwich shops and little benefit? We need concrete reasons from yourself as an objector and a ward councillor as to why this should be refused. Could you possibly furnish that?
Well, as I've alluded to the fact that the area is overserved with taxis, minicabs. There's already an office 50 to 100 yards down the road. This office would just increase the amount of traffic that would be coming in. This office would also likely, if not probably, there will be problems in the bays that are around it. I do not think that the actual location is the best place with the taxi rank outside. It's likely to cause conflict. I understand what you're asking for, but unfortunately it is one of those ones where I just don't think it's in the right place.
Anybody else? No. Could I just ask your opinion on something then, Councillor Jamil? You've just used the word overserved, and I'm going to ask the supporter of the same question. Is if it's overserved, why do you think they want to do it?
It's something that I think more they would have to answer. It's overserved. If you see, when you walk through there, most of the Hackney drivers are sitting there. If you think that there is always, I have no idea why they want to do it. Maybe, you know, they think that they've got a product that, or they've got something that why I don't see. But for me personally, I was surprised when you see that you've got the two ranks. Tesco's rank is not far away. You've got the taxi office not too far away, the bus station. So obviously they must see something that I don't. So I couldn't possibly answer that.
No, I was only asking from the point of view that whether you've spoken to both sides as the ward councillor. Obviously, you've not. So I'll ask them. That's fine. That's fine. Any other questions for Councillor Jamil? Councillor Hogg.
So you alluded to there being problems at the other taxi office down the road. Maybe I'm naive, I don't know, but I see a taxi office as being one where you would have a number of cars outside waiting in a car park of some description, with the drivers perhaps in the office, and then people come into the office, say, I need a cab, can you take me somewhere? And the driver would stand up and get into the car and take them off. Is that your understanding of what a taxi office is, or is it something different?
I think if I compare it to the other taxi office, they've got car parking at the back. So there's cars readily available there, and also there are drivers. Here, from what I can see, that's not what's proposed. Here they will make a booking, so the cars will be somewhere else, and then the cars will come in, pick up the customer, and then go away. So for me, there's a distinction between the other taxi office who've got the space to have the drivers, whereas this one, it won't be. It'll be people actually coming into this centre, whereas with the other one, they're already there, waiting.
Thank you. I may be asking that question again later.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions for Councillor Jamil? No. Thank you, Councillor. Okay. If I could call now, I've got Tahir Chaudhry, or Chowdhury, is that correct? Sorry if I've mispronounced your name. And Luke Vickers. I don't think Luke's here, is he? No. No. Okay. Welcome, sir. You're welcome to the meeting. You have 5 minutes to address committee when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not very good at this, so bear with me a little bit.
You can take your mask off if you want, right. But obviously, if it's easy.
Yeah, so I'm representing the Hackney trade. Been in the trade for 30 years, so I don't want to go into too much detail. There's so much we can talk about the reasons why we shouldn't have a taxi office there, but we haven't got time for that. So I'll just give you a handful of things, and some of what Councillor Jamil has just said, I can quite happily answer some of the questions you have for that. Our biggest problem is that our city centre, as nice as it is very small. As you can appreciate, we have three major main spots where the public use hackneys where there's ranks. And we've been serving this for a very, very long time, so they're well established. Now, I'll give you a precedence that's already been set, where planning application was approved for a private hire office, right opposite a rank, which is the bus station rank that we're talking about. And we did make an objection at that time and said, look, you know, at the end of the day, yes, you don't, we're not in competition with private hires or minicab offices. We work side by side with them. But having the office right next to a taxi rank, an established taxi rank, it's going to decimate the hackney trade. And it has done. We used to, at that point, when they come in, we used to have 200 plus hackney carriages serve the Peterborough City Council, and now we're down to about 110. I personally have seen over the 30 years how many people have actually left the trade because of that. We have 2 ranks left, which is John Lewis and the main Broadway Tesco's rank out there. Very well served for the public, for the disabled. And now, if this proposal goes through, I think you'll find that the John Lewis rank will be completely finished. The reason behind this is, if you actually look at the picture, the diagram of where the whole parking situation is, we have about 2-3 spots for loading. We have about 2 or 3 spots for disabled parking, and we have 4 spots for hackney carriages. That's it. There is no more room. It's not that they haven't been given any, there's no room left. Where are the private hires going to pick up from? Why would they need to? There are other offices that have got purpose-built places where they've got plenty of parking, slightly on the outskirts of the city, and the company I work for, they're in Fengate. They have a very large property, so is all their vehicles they have. Vehicles are away from the city centre. If anybody wishes a taxi, they go on the app, telephone in, book it. If they prefer a private hire or a minicab, they can get one. But the ranks are needed for those disabled passengers or the public, members of the public who haven't got the time to wait, or they just want to jump in and go home. If they're decimated, if they're completely closed down, where are the public going to find that facility? Now, I'm being a little bit passionate about that, so I'm not really coming forward, but the thing is, you have to understand our point of view. It's not the fact that we're going to lose money, we're going to stop earning money. It's not just losing, it's not competition, it's not about, you know, who's earning what. We will stop. It's happened. It's not something I'm just making up. The bus station rank, if you go out there today, you will find, and the licensing office knows this, the taxi licensing, they know this, that rank is now completely finished. No hackney will ever go there. Lots of hackneys are actually given their cabs away, or they've stopped in the hackney trade. Do you wish a viable, decent, clean, good standard hackney service for Peterborough? Because if you do, this isn't the way forward. If that office comes to John Lewis, tomorrow we'll have another office coming outside Broadway, and then you will have no more hackneys. And I'm telling you, you will not have any more hackneys. I've invested 2 years ago into an electric vehicle, and being a representative, I thought I should take the first step. And before the pandemic, I bought it in. And yes, we've had a tough year and a half. All taxi drivers have, but they've still persevered. How can I, ask the taxi drivers to now invest in these very expensive vehicles if there's no trade? Doesn't make sense. £67,000 this vehicle.
30 seconds left.
And that's for an individual. We're not a big company. We're not a corporation. It's individual people having to invest this money. I'm not saying, pleading poverty, but they've got to have some kind of income for them to invest that kind of money. If there's no income, they're not going to invest in it. If you want a green environment, if you want electric vehicles, if you want clean vehicles in the city centre, you can't let this happen.
Okay, that's time. Thank you. Spot on. Questions? Councillor Hogg, please.
So you mentioned there's 110 hackney cabs, and that there is a take-up of electrification in terms of BEV cabs. What sort of percentage of the cabs now are electric? Well, what has the growth been of that?
I was one of the first 2 years ago. Over the period of 2 years, we've had the COVID situation, so obviously that's going to hinder it a little bit. But I would say roughly, or just under 10%, have taken up the option. If they see this go ahead, I guarantee you nobody else was going to take that option.
And just a final question. As a electric cab owner yourself, is that something that, when the lease comes up, is that something, as it currently stands, is that something that you would continue to do? You know, has it been a good decision, business decision for you to go down that route?
That's a very hard question to answer because of the COVID situation. Prior to COVID, yes, we would have probably been quite happy with it. I'm very happy with the vehicle, and I think any driver who upgrades to one of those will be happy if they can afford to do it. It's not a situation of whether the vehicle is very good, it's whether it's viable economically. So the decision that you make today is going to be very, very important for this taxi trade in Peterborough. Very important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else got any questions? Councillor Hiller.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chowdhury. I'll ask you a similar question to the question I asked Councillor Jamil. You made a particularly impassioned address, and I really listened very carefully to what you were saying. And whilst I don't think anybody with a heart could possibly disagree with what you were saying, but on what planning grounds are you asking this committee to refuse this application? And I'll repeat that. What planning grounds are you asking this committee to refuse this application on? Thank you.
Okay. I'll try and answer that. There are a few things I've just only today, I mean, I wasn't given this earlier, but I've only just seen this now. Obviously, the environment, I mean, the emission standards, the traffic flow is going to increase, the public safety issues within that designated area. I'm talking about not just generally over Peterborough, I'm talking about that particular area is so cramped at the moment. And if you look at the record of accidents in that spot, on that junction, just have a look at the records. I mean, I can't give you a specific number, but there's been so many accidents that I've been present to and I've witnessed myself at that junction, purely because it's a very congested area. It's a high traffic volume goes through there. Buses, taxis find very, very difficult to negotiate around that area. The public do use their vehicles going through that area. It's so congested that to have increased that with a private hire office, minicab office there, just doesn't make sense. Why would they need to be there? It's pure, and I'll answer that question, why are they doing it? They're doing it because they will increase their numbers of their work, because they know the Hackney trade will then disappear from that area. They will not stay. The other reasonings I'm telling you through experience is what we've already seen on A to B, the office that opened outside the bus station, although that is still a little bit away from the area, and they've even got parking area at the back, is that the night trade, you have customers obviously had a merry time, and they've had the drinks, youngsters, they'll pile into the taxi offices and they'll sit and wait around there, and the amount of trouble that's happened over the periods before pre-COVID, that the police, I know they're citing 2019 and 2020, how many incidents over a certain area in that area. But if you go back from when that taxi office first opened and how it's progressed now and become well used because the bus station rank is closed, that you've got now a lot of trouble at night time. A lot of people, that they've even had to hire private security to stand at the doors to protect the public that's going into the office and protect themselves and the staff. So if you're asking why we should, legally the planning should stop this, well, you've got to take these things into consideration. Night time in that area is right central. That's where all the public are going to gather. Previously, the Hackney trades have got their own different ranks and they've taken the customers away quite efficiently. You're not going to get that, because if people start piling and congregating within one taxi area, within the centre of the city, it's going to cause a lot of problems.
Thank you. Anybody else got any further questions? No? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, if I could call now, please, Mr. Sullivan, please.
Hi.
Good afternoon, sir, and welcome. You have 5 minutes to address committee when you're ready.
Okay, so I'm here in support of this application. I've heard quite a lot of the comments and read the reports on the opposition. Just a few points I'd like to make before I go into questions and answers, or answer your questions in a while. So, first and foremost, just want to put on record that this application does not detriment the Hackney trade. We're here to partner with them and work with them to provide Peterborough and the citizens of Peterborough additional services. The retail outlets, the restaurant, will provide Peterborough City Centre and the citizens quite a lot of amenities and services, and it's something that I think Peterborough needs. It's a significant investment into the Peterborough area, and a lot of the points raised around the Hackney carriage trade and taxi trade is not valid, and I'll go into that in a little while. So in terms of the comments around safety and congestion around the Westgate area and just outside the premises, there are a very limited number, as the application shows, limited number of Hackney bays. By providing a private hire office which is secure, safe, friendly for disabled visitors and passengers, we will help the citizens of Peterborough by providing them a safe space to wait for a taxi when the weather's not right, when there is congestion. We are part of this with the taxi office in particular. We will be using high-end technology that allows customers to track their vehicles, book a vehicle from either within the taxi office and then track it, and only go outside as soon as the vehicle is outside for minutes or under a minute, to jump in the vehicle. And I'd like to add, those services are currently available as well with applications. So we're providing a centralised booking office that complements existing services. So I know we've had comments around the Hackney trade in decline over the years, and I know personally from personal experience, where I was a big user of Hackney carriages, I would prefer to use an application-based or a private hire service because it's contactless payment. I can track where the car is before I sit in the car, before I sit in the private hire car. I can, my friends and family can track where how long I've got before I reach the destination. It's a far safer, more economical, and a faster, by using these technologies, faster service for the citizens. And I do accept and completely, I understand some Hackney drivers haven't adopted the new technology, the new change, the new payment methods, they don't have all these facilities, which is why their numbers are in decline. And one of the things that we as an investment company will do is work with them, provide them with services and opportunities. And I think your previous opposition, he mentioned that while working on the rank is one source of revenue, I think most of the Hackney drivers also partner with minicab firms, so they do get jobs from outside their rank areas as well. So it's not having a rank here, having a private hire cab office here will not detriment significantly any other trade. It may introduce competition in that area, absolutely, but we're not here, as the planning officer said, this planning committee is not about competition. So I am fully supportive of working with the Hackney trade, but we're not really kind of detrimenting or taking over disadvantaging them in any way, shape or form. So yeah, just to summarise, this application will increase business opportunities and ultimately provide jobs and investment and safer and better facilities to the citizens of Peterborough. And this is what Peterborough City Centre needs. This is, and when we look at the newer development opportunities coming into Peterborough and further investments into Peterborough, like the cinema complex, there is a need for businesses, retail, restaurants, and additional taxi.
taxi companies to come into the city centre. So my recommendation and ask is that we approve this application, and it will provide a signal to additional investors out there that Peterborough is open for investment, for outside investors. We do want to encourage multi-million pound investments in the city centre, especially in the city centre core, where there are a number of retail outlets that are closed and dilapidated, and we want to encourage these investors. So I encourage the committee to approve this application.
Thank you. That's time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Members, any questions, please? Yes, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. What's the difference between picking up and waiting to pick up? And what I'm thinking of here is obviously I'm talking about the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and where are people going to park? This is a shop window, so from a planning point of view, it's a shop. It's not. That's not the issue.
Yeah.
What we're saying is the subtext. It's the other issues.
Taxi.
So how do you prevent the rank, somebody pulling up behind, waiting for the job because it's not hot and cold running business?
Okay, agree. So, the private hire businesses, most private hire businesses use technology, and unless there's a booking, the driver doesn't get the job. The licence officers will confirm as well. If there's no booking and they pick up a passenger, which is a risk today in any street in the whole of Peterborough, so we're not compounding that, we're not increasing that. That's a risk today, and that's for the licensing, taxi licensing enforcement officers and the police to help aid with. This won't increase that risk. It won't add extra, risk. That risk exists today. However, with a booking office there, the taxi drivers will get, by the application, a smart system, a booking when it's a valid, genuine booking. The taxi drivers, with training and with enforcement and their regulations, they will not park in the taxi ranks. They'll park and they'll only arrive at the location where the customer's waiting. They'll be waiting inside predominantly, and as soon as a taxi arrives, they get text messages and alerts, either the operator in the office and the customer at the same time, saying the taxi's arrived. And within seconds, they can be in the taxi, and the taxi won't be near these cab rank offices. It'll be ahead of them at their loading and unloading bays, the purpose-built, designed loading and unloading bays, where they can pick up and drop off customers within seconds.
Yes, of course, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay, and I'm just extrapolation of thought. Where do you anticipate the cab drivers the minicab drivers who are working? Where would you anticipate them parking so that they can get to the pickup point as quickly to serve the needs of the customer?
So they absolutely will not be parking in the Hackney cab bays or in any illegal bays. There are car parks, designated car parks in and around the city centre area where the waiting taxi drivers, waiting for a passenger, waiting for a fare, taxi drivers can be located. Not far from the site, there's an owned car park location for them.
Okay, Councillor Hogg, you had a question.
Yeah, so it's really essentially the same question that I've already asked, but to yourself really, is that my perception of a taxi office is one where you have your taxis sitting waiting to pick up people to go. Either the drivers are in their vehicles or are in the taxi office itself, and somebody pitches up, says I need a taxi to I need a minicab to wherever, and they're directed to a vehicle. Your model seems to be a bit different from that.
Correct.
Insofar as that the vehicles are elsewhere, and they basically come into the centre. So, but with a taxi rank directly opposite your premises, they can't pick up there. So essentially, that your customers are having to come to the office and then go out of the office and then go to a predetermined spot.
Correct.
That you've asked them to do, which, if it was raining or what have you, it just seems to me a flawed model in regard to that. So, what do you say to that?
Okay, so we've looked at, and it not necessarily in Peterborough, but quite a lot of other cities around, London included. And if you look at London, most hotspot tube stations where there are hundreds, even including King's Cross, where they've got lots and lots of Hackney carriages, there's always minicab offices around. Sometimes 2 or 3 other minicab offices. So I'll come to the first point. The model is absolutely, and we're not talking a huge distance, we're talking 10, 15 metres away, when the passengers will wait in the office, warm, secure environment. As soon as a taxi is pulling into the area, they walk 10, 15 metres, maybe 20 metres to the loading bay and get in the car. They'll have the number plate of the taxi, the colour of the taxi, the make and model of the car that's pulling up, that they can see as it's approaching in, jump in that car and it's gone within seconds. Arguably quicker than what they would do to get in the queue of a Hackney, potentially. And the benefits, the added benefits, and if you look at the Hackney Association in London and the Private Hire Association in London, the safety and security measures are immeasurable by having an audited, tracked GPS device from a driver and a passenger, and loved ones of the passenger knowing what time they're going to arrive there. They don't get that in a Hackney carriage. They don't get that necessarily. I'm not saying that's a bad business model, but I'm saying the Hackney carriage trade, and if there are concerns around taking some of their trade, need to kind of adapt and move with the times and move with the, work with private hire companies as well, as they already do in some cases. Also, the element is there was a discussion around the nighttime trade. When you look at in the evening and the nighttime trade, there are a significant amount of people in the Peterborough area, more than what the availability of Hackney carriages are. I mean, we saw on the photograph, I think there was space for 4 or 5 Hackney carriages directly outside the place, and that's potentially 4 or 5 people going to restaurants and bars, one table full of people, and then there's no more taxis waiting in line. They have to kind of arrive there from alternate locations. Whereas minicab offices, we will be able to dispatch quite quickly and have, basically, is providing an additional capability set, an additional service to the citizens. We're not taking anything away from the minicab office. We're providing customers with a choice. And if they wish to choose that, and again, we're not, we were told not to talk about competition here, but we're providing competition, alternative services.
Okay, sorry. You said that there's only space for 5 taxi cabs in that rank, and that there's no other place. But there is an overspill in Park Road, is there not?
Sorry, yes, there is.
So there is actually capacity.
Yeah. I think Park Road only has 4 as well, 3 or 4. There's 3 or 4 in Park Road for the Hackney carriages, and then there's 4 outside the site.
Okay, I think it's slightly more. On another committee with the cycling forum, I'm sure there was more space there in Park Road. So the other question that I wanted to ask you was, again, one that I've already alluded to, was how many cars do you have available to you, and what kind of percentage of those are BEV or even plug-in cars?
So the particular taxi company is not part of this application. We will work with a number of different taxi companies to provide them. So, our emphasis is providing, as much as possible, green and efficient cars. The current cab offices, taxi companies we work with in other cities, do have approximately 25 to 30% of electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles as well, which are, But we haven't made a determination of exactly which operating company will be based in this premises. This is for the licence for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got any questions? Yes, okay, sorry. Councillor Sharp, when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm still struggling to break this out between a planning issue and a competition issue. So my first question, I might have a follow-up one, is what's your view on growth in terms of demand? So once we get out of COVID, obviously post-COVID, how do you see growth and the requirement for a taxi use in Peterborough?
Okay, so I think Peterborough's got a huge number of points going for it at the moment. There's a lot of potential in Peterborough. There's the new cinema complex in town centre. I personally know of a number of different restaurant ventures that the companies I work with are looking at venues in Peterborough town centre and city centre. These are high-end restaurants. So there is a lot of a huge potential for Peterborough. I think the growth will come, and we are looking to be kind of getting there quite early to invest money in Peterborough so we can kind of reap the benefits of it, and providing retail and restaurant services in the heart of town and transport services in the heart of town is a strategy we as an organisation want to go in and leverage. And, the success of Peterborough and providing the citizens of Peterborough services is a benefit for all. It's a win-win-win. I don't see any downsides to this, other than maybe people adapting the way they operate and move into adopt newer technology and come on board with us on some of these opportunities.
Okay. Yes, carry on, Councillor.
Okay, just to follow up, yes, I think that brings it on to Councillor Ogg's comment around potential electric vehicles, but parking that, you've made a big reference in terms of use of technology, apps and so on.
Yeah.
So why does it need to be in Peterborough? Why does it need to be in the city centre?
Sorry?
So why does the office need to be in the city centre?
Because
if you're going to use technology?
We believe that will attract, there is a number of opportunities with restaurants and passing trade that we will benefit from. The technology element comes in it when the passenger is going into the private hire taxi and being tracked all the way to going home, payment methods and things like that. So that's where we absolutely will use technology, but we think this site, with the retail complex and the restaurant, will provide a return on our investment and beneficent services to the residents.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Iqbal.
Through you, Chair. I have got a few questions, so if I could carry on. Thank you. Thank you very much for your address. In your address, you said that you are willing to partner with the Hackney Carriage. Now, by looking at that demonstration outside, that doesn't seem to be the case. What's your comment on that?
Well, and I'm not going to name any particular companies, but I think that demonstration outside is more because of the competition. I would suggest that it's staged by a number of leading private hire and Hackney trade organisations to deter outside investment into Peterborough in the private hire and taxi trade. There are reports of we work with Hackney drivers as well, and those particular Hackney drivers who are also private hire registered with some organisations I partner with and work with, were told to come to this demonstration to stop stop new services coming into Peterborough, outside investment coming into, that may disrupt Hackney trade in Peterborough. I mean, in the opposition comments, the gentleman said he's been doing a Hackney driver for 30 years. Things have changed and are changing irrelevant of this planning application. And I know we keep referring back to competition. This isn't a competition meeting or anti-competition meeting. A lot of people, myself included, and any market research we've done, talks about lists that the benefit of using private hires is the new features, and that's perhaps why they're in decline. Does that answer your question around why you think there's people demonstrating outside?
Okay. Okay, I'll take your comments on board.
Can I just come in and make sure that the questions are really planning questions?
I'm just getting to the background of it. Okay, now I'll give you a scenario. Now, if I could just differentiate it, you are private hire and they're Hackney Carriage. Now, for example, somebody calls you, you want to book a private hire, and accidentally they sit in the Hackney Carriage.
Okay.
accidentally they sit in the hackney carriage. It's outside the taxi base. Now, the hackney carriage will say that we have the license to pick anybody.
Correct.
You'll be claiming, no, it was our booking. Isn't that going to create antisocial behaviour?
Can you please...
What's your comment on that?
Right. How is that any different to now? Anywhere, up and down the country, not even just in Peterborough. If I go outside now and from my app I book an Uber or a Bolt or any taxi from my app, I don't look as a customer. I know there's about 45 taxi drivers outside, hackney carriages outside demonstrating. If I walked outside these doors and I didn't look at my phone that told me I've got a hybrid electric vehicle from Uber, and I walked outside and jumped into a London taxi, hackney carriage, that's the... I'm not saying that's anyone's fault other than, you know, the customer not looking at what the app said is their car. I don't understand how is that related to this planning application, number one, for the investment of a retail organisation and planning. I think this is getting a little bit politicised. It's been in the paper, and there's been a lot of lobbying around, you know, private hire taxi, hackney carriages, asking people, you know, asking each other to come here and petition against this, which is not really the purpose or in the spirit of this committee.
I think we need to stick to the questions we're planning, and I think Councillor Iqbal, to be fair, was asking about what he thought might be antisocial behaviour risk. If you obviously keep your answers to that too, then we won't stray into the realms of protest, because that's not what we're here for. So, okay. Please.
Thank you, through Chair again. I just want rest assured that this planning committee is non-political. We don't make any decision on a political basis. We're here, we give the applicant an opportunity to explain, and we make a decision. Now, as Councillor Sharp asked you a question that you are going to be using modern technology like apps, why can't you set up an office not in the city centre and somewhere outside, which I think would be more effective? I mean, obviously you're using apps. Technology could be used anywhere. And I would say it would be reasonable for you to set up something outside the city centre than inside the city centre. What do you think about that?
The site we've looked at, that's covered in this planning application, and the investment opportunities the investment companies have looked at, this is the site we believe is the right opportunity. Of course, we'll look at other sites as well and other opportunities up and around the country. But for this particular, this is a good opportunity for us. We believe that the citizens of there's a demand for it from the citizens of Peterborough. We believe this will benefit the communities and ourselves. So I mean, like this is what the application's for.
Yes.
Now, from the report, the PCC enforcement team has said that you will be able to, I mean, you're permitted to use loading bays. Now, my understanding is that the loading bays are for the businesses already there for their use. Now, in case you somebody books on a taxi and you are going to use the bay and the bay is not available, where would you pick the customer from then?
So further down the road, there is sufficient parking available or service available. So the loading bays and all yellow lines are available there. If you're saying, you know, for hypothetically and that there's still not going to be sufficient space, then the passenger would continue to wait in the office, and the taxi driver would find an alternative location for the passenger to get to. They would walk. There are other, you know, surrounding streets. Like I think, you know, Peterborough town centre is not a huge area. They'll just walk to the taxi.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Iqbal. Any other questions? Councillor Bond, come to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I've learnt a lot about taxis, so thanks for that. I'm going to change the perspective a little bit. I've been reading through the report, and do you have any idea what kind of restaurant it's going to be, first of all? Any ideas?
At the moment, we are...
Sorry, can you... I can't. For what reason? What planning reason do you need to know what the restaurant is going to be?
So basically, I was going to follow it with with technology and stuff, Just Eat, Uber Eats, are they going to provide a takeout service maybe, so increasing the amount of traffic on the road?
No, that's fine. Thanks for explaining it.
So that's my trick question, as it were.
Sure. At the moment, we haven't finalised exactly the type of restaurant or services we'll provide in that area.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
No problem. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. I was told to clarify firstly when I mentioned about interest. So just to clarify, I have no interests in this property or partnership in this property. The applicant is a partner of mine in a totally different venture, in a different property and business in Fengate, far away from here, so I have no interest in it. I do have a question for the applicant, which is historically I've seen that the John Lewis rank near the A2B office where the Hackney carriages were before, and their representative was saying that that is now not used. So my concern would be more for disabled passengers. If there is a decrease in Hackney carriages on this rank, how would that affect disabled passengers, and have officers considered that, or the applicant even?
That's a question for the applicant then you're giving.
So absolutely, we have considered the disabled passengers one of the top requirements. That's why the waiting area in the office is fully friendly for disabled passengers, disabled people, for wheelchair access, and we have a number of, we will insist on having a number of vehicles that are disabled friendly vehicles, including Hackney carriages who are signed up and partnered up with our private hire company. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. It has been considered, and we have factored in the disabled access for. It will be an additional benefit than not having this application, because currently, if there's a disabled passenger at peak times, in the evening or during the day, and there's no taxi outside, there's no Hackney carriage outside, they're waiting in the rain. There's no waiting area. There's no secure, warmth waiting area. That could be up to 12 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes before the next available Hackney carriage pulls up. For disabled customers, this, with the acceptance of the approval of this planning application, they'll have somewhere warm and safe and secure to wait while a taxi's coming, and they'll have a range of options, either the traditional Hackney black cab, as well as other private vehicles, private hire vehicles that accommodate disabled passengers.
Okay, does that answer your question? Okay, obviously you can ask the other parts to officers if you want some clarity. Any other questions by anybody? No. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to that then, swiftly. Questions to officers. Anybody need some clarification? Councillor Hogg.
I just wanted some clarification around this this potential 2-year temporary licence or as such. So, first of all, that would suggest that there is in the forefront of officers' minds that there may well be an issue of some description that needs to be addressed. And secondly, the kind of second part, can you confirm that? And secondly, the other part of that is why does it need 2 years worth of temporary? Why could it not be just a year, for instance? Is there a rationale behind that? Thank you.
Through you, Chairman. Members, I draw your attention to page 75 of the report under section D, which is entitled Crime. And we stated in that section of the report that there have been comments from the police, an architectural liaison officer, who have reported incidents of crime over a period from 2019, that they've got some concern that there could be crime arising from this particular use, particularly at night with potential antisocial behaviour. The police haven't raised any objections as such, subject to some security measures, but taking into account the potential for crime, that is the reason why we have recommended a 2-year temporary consent. The period that has been suggested, 2 years, that is to sort of strike a balance between allowing the business enough time to commence operation, to implement their mitigation measures, and not be so long as to create a lasting problem within the city centre. So we feel 2 years strikes a balance, but it's not a sort of a number that comes out of legislation or regulations. It's our judgment that we're recommending 2 years. It could be a different number.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Iqbal.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Page 70, I think highways. Now, I'm looking at second paragraph where it says that it has been confirmed by PCC parking enforcement team that it is permissible for customers to board. The word I'm really concerned about is, yes, it's permissible, but is it the real question or real issue that I'm stuck with is it adequate? You know, can we park there or not? You know, permissible is something else, you can park there, but is there any parking facility available there? Can you just comment on that, please?
Your battery's out, mate. You got no battery in.
Working. Okay. So in terms of the local area, I think the term parking is probably not the right term. But if we're looking at the local vicinity, we've got double yellow lines and loading. Now, under the sort of regulations, you can pick up and load continuously, so long as you're not sort of waiting. So if, in terms of this sort of application, we're talking about picking up and picking up passengers. I think that sort of is what that sort of describes to. I mean, I'm sure we've all done something similar where you basically book a taxi and it arrives, you jump in and that's it. That's permissible, yes.
Now, my real question is, you as an officer for highway, I think what you should really be looking at, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, obviously you're the expert, is that, yes, it's permissible, but is it doable? I mean, that's the real question. I mean, my question is that you'll be looking at whether it's going to increase the congestion, is it going to cause more congestion? I mean, these are the sort of things I would expect an officer to be looking at when giving a report. Would you agree with that?
I would sort of say that it's almost more efficient if you're looking to book something and come in. You're not. We've sort of discussed how it's going to operate.
He's on.
Yeah. So if we're looking at how it's going to sort of operate, it's you'll be booking a cab that's waiting somewhere at the sort of driver's discretion, and then that will come into the city centre as opposed to be there all the time. So I think that's answered your question.
Okay. Councillor Hussain, did you want the question you asked, was you happy with the answer you had from the, or do you want to ask officers something similar?
Oh, yes, so the question was in regards to disabled passengers, because there's been a decline in Hackney carriages near the John Lewis rank, whether that's because of development or the A to B office right directly opposite. The concern was in regards to disabled passengers then being able to get carriages if there's a decline of Hackney carriages in front at this rank, and would officers have considered that in making their decisions?
In terms of sort of the, we will look at this sort of proposal and if it's feasible in isolation. Obviously, how a passenger gets from a different sort of area to their destination is, it's quite difficult to sort of ascertain. We're looking at the feasibility of the proposal. I think that's fair to say in this instance.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? All right, I'll go to Councillor Bond, please.
Thank you. I suppose this is to the highways as well, and it follows on from my earlier question. So we don't know what kind of restaurant it will be or what services they will provide, but if, for example, they do provide a takeaway service, hypothetically, would there be sufficient room for, say, either an Uber driver to pull up and park and collect an order, or a regular delivery driver to park up there, 2 or 3 maybe? Would there be sufficient parking room for that to happen, as well as having all the taxi pickups and drop-offs? If that's okay.
Through you, Chair. In terms of the potential delivery drivers in that location, there's obviously double yellow lines and loading bays. They may be able to utilise the loading bays, but other than that, they would have to use surrounding streets, depending on the efficiency of how that sort of works. I'm not sure. Sometimes I think the Uber drivers wouldn't be able to sort of meet with the letter of continuous loading, but it'll probably be out of peak times potentially in the majority of cases.
Yeah, perfect. I understand it's a bit of a hypothetical question, so thank you.
Okay, can I just get clarity, please, on from Mrs. Bland, please?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Bond. I just wanted to point out that the application is for a restaurant. It's not for a hot food takeaway. There is potential for restaurants to offer some ancillary takeaways, but that would have to be very minor in its nature and not lead to an overall change in the use. So we would expect it to be operating predominantly as a restaurant. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Holger.
Okay, I did have one question. I've now got 2. So the first one is, am I right in saying that if this was passed, it would still need to go to licensing to license it as a taxi office? Is that correct?
Yes, there would be a separate licensing regime for the minicabs.
Yeah. Okay, and the other question that just come about is that so it's my I believe that most restaurants now are into, because of COVID, etc. We're now into a situation where most restaurants are using Uber Eats and Just Eat and these delivery services to increase their business, and in some respects it actually now forms quite a large part of their business. Is that something again that would need licensing because of delivery services, or are we kind of where the legislation hasn't quite caught up with?
I'm not sure if I can answer that with 100% precision. I mean, certainly there are other regimes that restaurants need to abide by. Food hygiene, for example, if they're serving alcohol, there's separate licenses there. I couldn't really tell you whether they need a separate license in order to do deliveries or not.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wait for a minute. I've got a legal officer wants to come in. Mr. Gordon. One at the bottom. Oh, you've got no battery either. Seems to be batteries chucking out all over the place.
The licence will be required. Sorry, Chairman. A licence will be required for the preparation of hot food and for the sale of hot food. Now, when you mention delivery of hot food, as I understand it, not yet, but the ultimate source, the people you buy it from, will need a licence. And they'll have to demonstrate that their premises are clean and all the rest of it, and that food is kept safely. The standards are amazing, and you're aware of most authorities have a local STAR scheme, don't they? And they can score points or lose points very quickly. So the answer is yes. The producers will have to be licensed, and the people who sell it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? No questions, so we'll go to debate then. Who would like to kick that off? Councillor Hogg.
I have some experience of the nighttime economy, and albeit reasonably some time ago, but I'm certainly aware that in the past you have a congregation of people that come from pubs and restaurants that go to a taxi rank and mill about waiting for while they sort out what they're going to do, and then get into cabs, and then maybe the cab rank goes down to zero, and you have to wait for specifically at kind of kicking out time. And I think in the past that they've, and I'm not sure if that still happens, but there are what they call taxi marshals that deal with making sure that things are relatively peaceful. Having a taxi cab office quite so close to that taxi rank, you are going to get the people that go for the taxis, you're going to get the people that are going to go for the mini cabs, and you're going to get a concentration of people in that location at those kicking out times, which from my experience have been an area of concern. I used to operate the 1,500 capacity venue of Liquid and Chicago, and there were many times where our door staff assisted police and specials and other law enforcement in the area with issues that came about around the taxi cab rank that was outside of our premises. There doesn't seem to be a venue that would be able to afford that location, that kind of assistance. So it does worry me that what we are effectively doing is concentrating further into that particular area, the potential of people in intoxicated state, etc., with maybe issues with availability of cabs. And then we throw into the mix also the fact that there's going to be a restaurant there that potentially could be having Uber drivers, Uber Eats drivers, Just Eat delivery drivers as well. And I think, and then the other thing that I am kind of worried about is the fact that we've got a situation where Hackney carriages tend to be newer, well-maintained vehicles, and there seems to be a growing trend for electrification of those vehicles. There doesn't seem to be any kind of guarantees that the vehicles that will be using this taxi office will be of that nature, and that essentially are we kind of bringing into the city centre more diesel vehicles that may be slightly older and less efficient, with the particulates, etc. So there are a lot of kind of questions that are buzzing around my head here, and I'm not entirely sure that this is the location for a taxi office. I think that elsewhere in the city where there isn't a taxi rank, that you'd have a different pool of people being able to come in and get out. I think that there's the use of the loading bays for vehicles. It just seems a bit contrived and a bit best. We'll make the best of a bad lot. And I'm not entirely sure that Peterborough City Council, Peterborough City, deserves a solution which is we'll make the best of a bad lot. Actually, what we should be looking at is encouraging operators to that come with a better plan. Just down the road you've got the A to B offices, which from what our licensing have said in this report that they've had issues with, and yet they've got their own car park at the back, and that they have actually a much better solution for this situation. And ostensibly the issues that are around that office are to do with the proximity to a Hackney taxi rank. So I have grave concerns, essentially, and I'm willing to I've not made my mind up completely. It is generally to reject, but I'm willing to listen to what other councillors have to say after me, and I'm still in a position where I can be swayed. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I enjoy serving on the planning committee for two reasons. Well, the major one is, where else can you go for a virtual cycle ride down Lovers Lane and then you finish up getting an Uber taxi in the middle of Peterborough? But there is a link between them. The first thing is, from a planning point of view, it's a shop, it's a planning application. It ticks the necessary boxes that planning has to go through. But going on from what Councillor Hogg said, is there's a subtext here. It's a great shop window. I haven't got a problem in terms of and the number of times that the gentleman said about investing in Peterborough. But at the moment, I just can't, in all conscience, see the need for having yet another taxi cab company. Coming from the north of England, I've seen city and town centres decimated by lots of takeaways. I enjoy a takeaway. I use taxis. But at the moment, in that area, in that concentration, it's not something that I think we actually need. I'd like, at some stage, to be able to go back and say, hey, let's have a minicab company with a shop window right in that area, and it doesn't matter because there's so much business there. It's happening, but I think we've all got sensitive toes after over 12 months of COVID. The nighttime economy isn't what it was, to say the least. And I've nothing against competition. After 40 odd years in business, maybe more, that isn't the issue. But I can't, in conscience, and a restaurant, yeah, I think Councillor Jamil said, yeah, room for business, plenty of room for growth, but I'd like to see it like the planning application for the cycleway. I'd like to see it a little bit wider, a little bit more holistic, and looking at the whole of that area and the nighttime economy before I could actually come down on the side of going for it. Does it tick the planning boxes? Yes, but I'm mindful to go with licensing and say, not here, not now. No, thank you.
Okay, who else? Who did I see put their hand up? Sorry. Councillor Iqbal.
We are at the debate stage, aren't we? Yeah. I have full sympathy for the scheme, but the serious concerns I have is the taxi base. I mean, I am one of the ward councillors, and I have an opportunity to walk around and speak to Hackney carriage drivers. In the applicant's address, he said they're going to be using apps. If they are going to be using apps, why does the location have to be in the city centre? I'll give you a prime example. Gold Star, they're based in Fengate. They use the technology, they have the apps, and they're out of the way. You know, they're not causing no congestion, no trouble, no hassle of anyone. So I would say that the location is not right. Yes, the restaurant, fine. Yes, we need restaurant in the centre, but the location of the taxi base where they are identifying is not the right location. Reason being, we already got a Hackney carriage rank outside. We already got a taxi base for just about 100 yards down. Why do we need another one? Another reason that I am really concerned about is that, yes, it is permissible that you could park on double yellow lines, it's permissible you could park in the loading area, but my real question that I would ask myself, when I want to go there, would there be any sufficient place for me? What if there's a fire brigade coming? Why is there an ambulance coming? Would I be picking somebody off, dropping off? What do I do? You become in a panic state. The other issue that I'm concerned about is that Hackney carriage, you have a license, you could pick up a passenger from anywhere. With the private hire, you have to ring and book. Accidentally, if that passenger sits in the Hackney carriageway, whose passenger is it? Who's going to claim for it? That will surely attract antisocial behaviour. So, as a whole, I personally agree with Councillor Hogg, Councillor Jones, that you've raised the point which I wanted to raise. I fully concur with you. The location is not right, and I am minded to go against the officer's recommendation unless anybody could convince me any further. Thank you.
Anybody else? Before we go to any proposal, can I remind you that you will need planning reasons in that proposal, and not because you don't like it necessarily. You will need to be specific for it to be allowed as a proposal, or to be genuine. So please be careful and think what you're going to say. Anybody else? No, so the debate is finished, so we're now going for a proposal. Do I have a proposal? Councillor Iqbal.
I propose that we go against officer's recommendation on the basis that it will cause a lot of congestion. The highway have not, from my understanding, have not done a proper thorough work on it. It will cause congestion. It will cause antisocial behaviour, and that's the basic I will give, and I will officers' input into it to assist me further. Yes, officer.
Right, so we just need to be, so your grounds are congestion and antisocial, fear of antisocial behaviour, or antisocial behaviour. Do you need any more clarity on that at all?
Thank you, Councillor Iqbal. I'd just like you to clarify the congestion. Are you referring to vehicles, or we've heard some discussion about a lot of people being in the area? Could you just explain which you mean?
Both.
Both people
Both.
and
people and
cars.
vehicles, yeah.
Okay. And could I just ask the highways officer, with regard to the impact on congestion in that area, is that?
Thank you. Congestion. I think I've touched briefly before that it's probably more efficient than having them outside the area then coming in than just sort of waiting locally. I think it was mentioned before, congestion and the potential risks in terms of highway safety and issues like that. And just from our records alone, there's been very little recorded accidents in that area, in that sort of in the direct vicinity of that site, shall we say. And in that sort of assessment, we look at like clusters and problems. So there's nothing in that area that really poses a concern for us that wouldn't be sort of standard for a city centre location where there is a high footfall of pedestrians. So I think that's probably really all I can sort of say on that.
Yeah, I think it's again, with respect, it's not for officers to turn down your proposal. Whether it's got any strength or whatever, it will be for the rest of the committee to decide whether it's the right thing. But I do appreciate the input. I understand exactly where you're coming from. But if you persist effectively and you want to put those two reasons, then and I get a second, or I will put it to the vote. So do you want to stick with those two reasons?
My reasons, yeah. Thank you.
Could I just clarify in terms of local plan policy, would you be relying on LP 16, LP 17, which are on page 69 of the reports? LP 16 refers to... Yeah. LP 16 is urban design in the public realm, and it refers to the need for proposals to address vulnerability to crime, for example, and then LP 17 refers to amenity provision. Part A refers to permission not being granted for a development that would fail to minimise opportunities for crime and disorder, and it also refers to impacts of noise and other disturbance, for example. So I think that those policies would relate to the reason for refusal that you brought about in terms of the number of people in the area, leading to a potential for antisocial behaviour. In terms of any highway-related issue, highway safety, for example, that would be policy LP 13. But I would just give you a caution that if there is no support for that from the the Highway Authority, then it can be very difficult to sustain that reason for refusal at appeal.
I'm happy to withdraw from that, but I'll rely on other policies.
So it's antisocial behaviour and crime?
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you.
Are you clear with that one? So not traffic in any way. This is the fear of antisocial behaviour and crime in the area. Yes? Do you have a seconder? Are you seconding, Council?
Well, I can do.
You can't change his proposal.
It was just to do with the traffic. The highways officer has said that, from his opinion, it would take traffic out and that people wouldn't be hanging around. But from my point of view, that a taxi office that was in Fengate, for instance, would take traffic away from the town centre, because the drivers would hang around nearby the office. Whereas when you've got an office in the town centre, there's probably much more likelihood that cars would congregate around the city centre, waiting so that they would get the next jump on the next booking for that office. So I would tactfully suggest that actually there would be more congestion attracted by a taxi office that was in the town centre than one that was remote from the town centre. So I do think that your original supposition that there is a possibility of congestion increase, it does actually have a validity, and should maybe be part of, not the only part, but part of that reason for objection.
Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Just to clear on this, we can't go changing proposals because each person wants their bit in it. Your proposal is...
Can I just respond to that, Chair?
Well, I just want to know what your proposal is, really. We should go to
the proposal is that the reason why I've just withdrawn from that is because I've took advice from Highway. Obviously, we have to get the Highway on support, and the reasoning he gave, that's on the basis on that, initially what you said, that's what I stand with. However, because of his advice, I withdrew from it. But yeah, I have concerns what you've done, and I take them on board.
You have to bear in mind, if this was to go to appeal, the people they will ask is Highways, and if Highways are already saying there isn't a problem, that's one of the reasons out the window straight away, irrespective of I agree with what you're saying necessarily. Councillor Jones?
Chair, can I just add, going on from what Sylvia was saying on LP16, quite simply, that the development proposal wouldn't contribute positively to the character and distinctiveness of the area.
Well, I'm still on this proposal now.
But isn't that in addition to... Sorry, OK.
Yeah, if that's in the same number. Yes, it is. Yeah, so that's within it. So the whole thing will be given as the reason. Yeah. The whole reason is given as that LP number. So, yeah. Well, I thought you might be adding another LP on, and I said we can't keep doing that until we get the one you want. Right, so the proposal then is the antisocial behaviour effectively, and the fear of the crime in this. Right. Do you have a seconder based on that? Councillor Hogg has seconded it, so we have a proposal on the table. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? One, two, three, four I've got. Against? Sorry, Councillor Brown, you can't vote because you left the room. Against his hands up, was it just the one? One. And abstentions? Five abstentions, I think. Could you do abstentions again for me? Put your hands up, please. It's five, by the way. It's me as well, don't forget. And one that can't vote, yeah, so you're one down. No, there's only one against. One against. So 4 in favour. How many abstentions? 5 abstentions. And one against, yes? Okay, so in that case, the proposal is approved and the actual application is refused based on that. Okay, thank you very much. Right, I'm going to call a break now for 15 minutes. So it's 25 to. Remember, you are in live session. Remember about your COVID restrictions, please. So please be careful. I'll see you at 25 to, please. Relates to the Neame Park Academy on Antle Road, excuse me, pages 83 to 102 in your packs. And I'll welcome her back because I haven't seen her yet in the planning meeting, but it's good to see you back. And to Louise Simmons to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just wait for the presentation to come up. The proposal before you today seeks the construction of an air dome covered football pitch with associated two-storey accommodation building. In addition, formalisation of existing gravel parking through hard surfacing and external lighting is proposed, alongside some land reprofiling and soft landscaping. Members should note that the proposal did originally include the demolition of a small building on the site, known as the Lakeside Building. However, this was demolished in the most recent half-term through a separate prior approval process. Next slide, please. The application site, as members will be familiar with, is situated on land to the south of Oundle Road and is shown edged here in red. It forms part of the wider Neame Park Academy secondary school site and comprises a gravelled car park serving the Peterborough United Football Club Training Academy and the former Lakeside Building. Next slide, please. This is a recent aerial photograph of the site from 2020 and shows the context of it. To the north-east is St Botolph's Primary School and to the south-west the Neame Park Academy building. Both schools share a one-way vehicular access and drop-off pickup area to the front of the site, which includes a traffic light controlled exit. To the east is the Grade 2 listed Orton Hall Hotel, whose grounds abut the eastern boundary, and the site also abuts the Orton Longville Conservation Area. The conservation area boundary is shown here with the orange line, and the arrows show where the conservation area extends to. Immediately to the south of the application site is the Peterborough United Academy buildings, and further beyond those to the south is the recently constructed 3G all-weather pitch associated with the academy. Next slide, please. Turning now to look at the site in more detail, this photograph shows the traffic light controlled exit onto Oundle Road. The residential properties of Longfield Gate are to the right hand side, and the application site is in the background to the left. Members will note the site level change, which is considerable. Next slide. And panning around, this shows the proposed site of the air dome and accommodation building. The woodland to the left is within the curtilage of Orton Hall and the conservation area. Next slide, please. Moving into the site, this shows the internal access road. The site is over to the left, just out of shot, with the access road and two parking areas between that and the properties on Longfield Gate, which are identified. Next slide, please. The access road splits the traffic to Peterborough United and the Neame Park Academy at this point, and this shows the existing access into the Peterborough United Academy car park. The air dome and accommodation building would be over to the left, and the car park would be in front of you and slightly to the right-hand side. This photograph on the left-hand side shows the only tree proposed for removal, which has the dark leaves standing within the gravelled car park. Next slide, please. And this is the gravel car park as existing, which is where the air dome and accommodation building would be sited. Members will note the proximity to the woodland in the background, which has previously been subject to extensive bat surveys and is known to have bat roosts within it, with the edge used by foraging bats. Next slide, please. Moving around, looking southwards, this shows the Peterborough United Academy building, which is formed by the former Orton Longville school buildings that were retained following redevelopment of the secondary school site back in 2011. Just to the right-hand side of the photograph, you'll see the recently constructed Neame Park Academy buildings. Beyond the academy buildings to the south is the 3G all-weather pitch. Next slide, please. Turning now to look at the proposal in more detail, this is the proposed site plan. The area shaded in blue currently exists. Excuse me. And the area in yellow is an area that's not currently part of this proposal, nor is it currently constructed. It's a future development. The proposed air dome pitch would abut an existing track on the right-hand side, which separates the gravel car park from the woodland to the east, with the accommodation building proposed immediately to the west of the dome. The car park would be an extension to the existing and sit just slightly further south than the now demolished Lakeside building, which you may just be able to make out through the hatched lines on the site plan. Next slide, please. The accommodation block building would comprise changing rooms and an office space at ground floor, with classrooms, meeting rooms and a parent and guest lounge at the first floor, shown here on the proposed floor plans. It would be of dimensions 38.8 metres long by 10 metres wide. Next slide, please. It would be of regular form, standing at 2 stories in height to 6.9 metres and with flat roof design. Next slide, please. Looking now at the air dome, it would measure 63 metres in length by 45 metres in width and would be internally lit with a runoff area to the 3G all-weather pitch contained within, and it would be continually inflated using plant. The external would be opaque and would not permit any light. Next slide, please. It would stand at 11.24 metres in height and would be finished in largely white polyester fabric membrane, albeit the northwestern and northeastern elevations would have the lower 3 metres finished in graduating green from dark to light, as shown on these elevations. During the site visit, members queried the height of the building in relation to those which currently exist on site. So for comparison, the modern Neen Park Academy building stands at a height of 11.75 metres, and so the proposed dome would be approximately half a metre shorter than that. Next slide, please. And this shows the site section with the internal access road to the left-hand side and the existing Peterborough United Football Academy buildings to the right. This shows the height and scale of the accommodation building in relation to the air dome behind it. Next slide, please. Included as part of the proposal is extensive tree belt planting to the northern boundary of the air dome to screen it on the grass verge that currently exists. A total of 59 trees are proposed as shown in this plan. So turning now to the material planning considerations, officers are of the view that the principle of development is acceptable. The proposal would enhance the existing facilities of the Peterborough United Academy such that it would meet with the English Football League's criteria for a Category 2 academy, offering an elite training environment which would be of overall benefit to the city and its wider sub-region. The proposal would primarily be for Neen Park Academy students during normal school hours, so 9 to 5, and local schools would also have the opportunity to use those facilities within that time. After 5 p.m, the facility would be available for community use, and the applicant has advised that this would allow them to increase their community offer by approximately 50% above current levels. In addition, the Council has an adopted playing field strategy which identifies that the surrounding locality has a deficiency of 7.5 adult-sized football pitches, so the proposal would go in some way towards addressing that. In light of the emphasis upon education and physical activity within the National Planning Policy Framework, officers acknowledge that the proposal would bring about significant community benefit. However, we have considerable concerns with regards to the impact of the proposal upon the character of the area and adjacent residents. Next slide, please. So turning first to the visual impact, officers have particular concern with regards to the air dome element. While set back from the public realm, the site is readily visible, and as such, the dome would appear a prominent structure within the locality. This photograph shows the site prior to the redevelopment of the school, and the tallest building you see here stood at a height of 27.8 metres above ordnance datum. The proposed air dome would be approximately 2 metres lower than this, but would extend across a much further width. Next slide, please. And this photograph shows the site as it has been for a number of years since the school site was redeveloped. It's relatively open and verdant, which was the aim of the 2011 redevelopment. Next slide, please. And this is a visual provided by the applicant showing the air dome in place. Officers consider that it would appear wholly incongruous and alien feature within the locality. It would be visually dominant and obtrusive and would considerably harm the character and appearance of the surrounding area. Whilst we acknowledge that the applicant has made attempts to reduce the impact through the graduating green treatment to the elevations and through the tree planting, we're of the view that the tree planting would take a very considerable amount of time to mature, and even then it would not fully hide the considerable mass of white plastic dome. Next slide, please. And these, just for members' information, are further visuals provided by the applicant and showing how the dome would look in its context. Next slide, please. The other primary concern of officers relates to the impact of the proposal upon adjacent neighbours. This aerial photograph shows the relationship of the proposal to properties on Longfield Gate. The car park would come to just past the small building, which is the Lakeside building, shown in the bottom left-hand corner. And the accommodation building would be some 38 metres from the shared boundary with number 4 Longfield Gate and 45 metres from that dwelling's primary habitable windows. Next slide, please. The primary concern relates to the additional noise and general disturbance that would result to these neighbours through significant intensification of the use of the site, particularly after school hours, in the evenings and at weekends. This photograph shows the access road with the site over to the right-hand side and the fences of the gardens to Longfield Gate on the left. Next slide, please. And this photograph shows number 3 Longfield Gate. Members will note the close proximity, the relatively shallow garden and the significant levels difference such that the property's first floor is almost level with the access road. Next slide, please. And moving further on towards the signalised access, this is number 1 and 2 Longfield Gate. No noise assessment was submitted with the application with regards to incidental noise, but the noise that officers are most concerned about is almost very difficult to quantify, and as such an assessment would not likely assist in our determination. Next slide, please. The additional noise disturbance would likely result from increased car movements, doors slamming, reversing and general incidental noise from large groups of people congregating and leaving the venue. The existing all-weather pitch on the site is subject to restricted hours of use and is only permitted between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. Monday to Friday and 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at weekends and on bank holidays. Community use takes place after 5 p.m. at weekends during term time and is unrestricted within those previous hours outside of term time. The applicant proposes that those hours would apply to the current proposal. The transport assessment submitted with the application predicts that at peak times, so those being when the community sessions finish at 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. would result in the most movements. Between 7 and 8 p.m. that would equate to 98 movements, and at 9 p.m. that would be 51 movements. We consider that this is likely to result in undue levels of noise and general disturbance to those neighbouring occupants at a time when they should reasonably be expected to have a quiet level of amenity. With regards to other material considerations, the majority of objections received from local residents raised concerns with regards to surface water drainage and flooding that already takes place on the site. The proposal seeks to use infiltration as the means of disposing of surface water runoff, and it's proposed for the air dome and accommodation building to convey water from their roofs to storage infiltration tank beneath the car park. The car park itself will be constructed of permeable paving. This would then allow the water to infiltrate at an agreed rate into the underlying gravelly sand. Calculations with regards to the maximum discharge rate and evidence that infiltration have been provided by the applicant, and the council's drainage engineer is accepting of these. Local residents have referenced flowing water during times of the winter running down the access road, and the applicant has confirmed that this resulted from a burst water pipe within the wider school site, and that has now been addressed by Anglian Water. There is nothing to suggest that the proposal would pose an unacceptable risk to neighbouring properties. In terms of highways implications, the local highway authority has raised no objections, and despite the increased traffic generation, the submitted transport assessment has demonstrated that the existing junction to the site can accommodate the traffic generated. Overall, there is also considered to be sufficient car parking provision within the site. The main increase in parking demand would occur outside of peak school hours, and therefore the drop-off pick-up areas which you will have observed on site and within the wider area will be available should the 60 re-provided spaces not be sufficient. No objections have been raised by any of the other key technical consultees in terms of matters of heritage, ecology and trees. In terms of your updates, the report answers the members' questions from the site visit. This includes details on site ownership and City Council involvement with the scheme and more information relating to the existing community use of the site. For clarity, the Council awarded Peterborough United a grant of £1.47 million as part of the sale of the London Road Stadium back to the club. This money is primarily going to be used for constructing the dome. However, the academy building is currently sited on Neem Park Academy school land, which in turn is leased off the council. So in the event that the club were ever to move to a new training complex at any stage, the facilities, including the current proposal, should members be minded to go against officer recommendation, would become part of the school facilities and would be safeguarded for the future. To conclude, officers are of the view that whilst the proposal would bring about significant public benefit, this is outweighed by the harm that would result to the character, appearance and visual amenity of the surrounding area and the significant harm to neighbour amenity. Accordingly, our recommendation is one of refusal for the specific reasons set out within the main committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Louise. Okay, members, we have 3 speakers joining us. We've got Paul Ingle, Bob Sims and Mark Woods. If you would please, gentlemen. You can always put up another chair to the side of it if you want. Yeah, that's fine. Can we use this one? Yes? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Right. Yeah, in the middle. Okay, fine.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Again, gentlemen, welcome. Would you, if you're speaking, identify yourself for the benefit of the members, and you'll have 5 minutes as soon as you're ready to address committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, remind me where the switch is.
You're on.
I'm on. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. It's on already, apparently.
Yeah, it's all right. Just press it.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay. Hi, I'm Paul Ingle. I'm the architect for the project. I have Bob Sims with me and Mark Wood, who's from CMAT the school. Briefly then, Peterborough United as a championship club with a Category 2 academy and its associated facilities will generate considerable economic value to the city. However, this project is not just for Peterborough United, it is also providing significant benefits to the Neem Park Academy and the wider community. As part of the current proposals, it should also be noted that consent already exists on the site to provide 2 artificial surfaced 5-a-side pitches on exactly the same piece of land, the gravel car park. We're only proposing to roof this in or provide a cover to this. Other locations for the cover pitch were considered. The current location has no impact on Orton Hall or the conservation area. No existing grass pitches will be lost. Other designs were also considered for the covered pitch, and the air dome was deemed to be the least intrusive design. The main structure recedes back from its edges and is also set back off Foundel Road, as opposed to the previous 2 to 3 storey buildings that occupied the site. Careful consideration was also given to the materials for the dome, which is an opaque twin-layered membrane. There will be no light glow, and noise levels will also be reduced by the actual dome itself. The graduated patchwork colour scheme will provide a backdrop to the new planting, which will also screen the dome, and also provide a valuable wildlife corridor to the rest of the site. No objections to the proposals have been raised by the Conservation Officer, Archaeological, Wildlife and Tree Officers. Drainage and highways concerns have also been overcome. Conservation Officer states that the character of the site is firmly of a school and associated sports facilities. Sport England also fully support the scheme. Much has been made of the disturbance to residents, but it should also be noted that other sports facilities at the school are in full use until 10 p.m. every evening. The new pitches will have a 9 p.m. curfew. Construction disturbance has also been considered. Both the dome and the modular office buildings will be quicker and quieter than a traditional build. I'll hand you now over to Bob and to Mark.
I have approximately 2 minutes, so I'm going to read to you a list of some of the incredible scope of little-known work and services that our foundation and football club bring to our community and our magnificent city. Our community work includes 3,500 calls to lonely people through the summer, working with Alzheimer's, providing food parcels during school closures for families who normally receive free school meals, working with the British Heart Foundation, supporting children's mental health, providing a memory lane project for senior citizens, accommodating and assisting with COVID-19 testing, and offering free summer holiday fun sessions in the BAME community. We also run girls' scholarships, girls' elite football and development centres, ladies' football, boys' scholarships, school sports programmes, disability football, disability coaching programmes. We also run an adult deaf team, an adult amputee team, deaf children's sessions, post-16 education programmes. We work with the NCS, We run refugee sessions and we offer senior walking football sessions. The main purpose of the new build is to protect and improve these incredibly important social initiatives for our children and all of our local community. It will be a tremendously sad and disappointing day for Peterborough if we deny this unique opportunity to serve our people. Thank you.
Hi. For me, this is a unique three-way partnership. Peterborough City Council, Peterborough United Football Club and the Neen Park Academy. It was designed 10 years ago, as the officer was highlighting, to address what was a dilapidated and run-down site. I don't think the photo you saw really did justice to a building that was setting fire to itself on a regular basis. The site is the home of a community. It was almost empty 10 years ago, but we do have on there an Air Cadet hut. We also have a Scout hut. We have the gym that we've managed to establish and the sports hall that was actually built using the money that was raised by the building of the Longfield Gate houses. They were sold by the council when the sports hall needed replacing, which obviously has a certain irony at this point that what we're trying to do is further the sporting activity there. I speak as the former head teacher, the CEO of the trust that run the school. I'm a foundation trustee of the Peterborough United Trust and I'm a local resident, and I believe that this meets the aspirations we have for our local area and for our young people. It's been absolutely delightful this year to watch how well the local club has done, and it was brilliant at times to watch 5 or 6 people, young people who've been through Neen Park, aspiring to become professional footballers, play for their local club. Getting Category 2 status will only enable that. All of the students at Year 9 and above who play as part of the academy get offered a place at the school. Sometimes that's as many as 25 or 30 young people fulfilling their football dreams on the way through. For me, we are utterly aware of our neighbours and we have worked very, very closely with them throughout. It did start, funnily enough, when there were only 82 students attending the school. They had far more problem than they do now, from when we have 240 attending every day. We're aware of that, but I do think that, unfortunately, on this occasion, officers have got it wrong. There is so much more. There's 1,500 students on that site, day in, day out. There's community activity all the way through the evenings. I think we have a massive impact positively in the local area, and I think, unfortunately, as I say, the balance is skewed on this decision as it currently stands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Members, do you have any questions, please? Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Mr. Sims, really. I listened to your shopping list, for want of a better word, of all the good works that the Academy does, the Football Academy does. And I don't think there's anybody in this room that would disagree with you. I think that you do an absolutely wonderful job for all sectors of the community. But my question to you is, can you appreciate perhaps our officer's recommendation with regard to the sheer size and the impact that this inflatable dome would have on not just the street scene, but also the Longfield Gate residents, in addition to the car parking facilities and increase of vehicle movements there. The dome itself is over 36 foot high. I mean, that's a fair old lump of plastic, isn't it? Do you appreciate that?
We certainly appreciate it, and that's why so much work has gone into the planning element, and then post build as well, to protect that and to protect the local residents. I find it quite interesting that the word alien was used, and I think if anybody had told Sir Christopher Wren that when he was building St Paul's Cathedral, he actually was inspired to build their dome through his love of the universe and the shape of planets. So we're in good company in regard to what's available and what's out there in the future. I don't think any more work could be done unless somebody can suggest in regard to what the finished product will look like. I think there's this conception that it's going to be a horrible looking thing, but I hope some of the description of which was given by the planning at the start, if you see some of the modelling that's been done, it's very protective in its outlook moving forward. And yes, trees will take a while to grow, and we appreciate that. This isn't a 5-minute project. We're looking to protect Peterborough and the foundation and its residents and its children for many years to come. And I'd like to think that the work that's gone into this project will see that through completely, and we do understand there are local people and we're ever considerate of them. And I think Mark, as the principal of the school for all those years, worked a lot with them and alongside them. And I think in this particular instance that the benefit massively outweighs any challenge there may be in those areas, Peter. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sims, if I might. I'm not sure Wren considered St Paul's to be inflatable or plastic, but
only because he didn't have it.
No,
sorry.
No, that's fine. But I get where you're coming from there. I think the term alien, Mr. Sims, is probably in the sense that it's incongruous rather than something from outer space. Although I have to say, some might assume that it looks as though it's just landed from outer space, but I get your point. Sorry, Chair, that wasn't a question. It was just coming back from what Mr. Sims had said. But thank you, Mr. Sims.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Mark, just a couple of comments you made, utterly aware of our neighbours and officers have got it wrong. How do you reconcile the objections with those very telling statements of how you'd reconcile it going forward?
I suppose there's two different ways. The first one is looking and being shown diagrams or pictures of what it would look like from the houses and the way that the screening is designed.
Sorry, sir, would you mind just moving the mic towards you rather than...
Oh,
I know
sorry.
it's difficult, you talk to the person talking to you, but remember the mic. As we
sorry. And we're sharing as well, you won't be able to see, so it's kind of the wrong way. Sorry about that. So the screening, I think, has been very carefully designed for the view that comes from the houses. I don't think it is particularly worried about what you see on the street scene. I was actually making my way along there last night to more noisy sport at Speedway last night, and as I went along there, you pass most of the time very, very rapidly on the way through that part of Oundle Road. You can't see it through the hedges, you wouldn't be able to. So I think that's where I was concerned there. I didn't want it to be impinging upon the houses. There's quite a large belt of hedges that sit behind the old Lakeside building, and when we first started at the school I was talking about possibly removing them and was absolutely clearly asked, please don't, because they're our main screen to what goes on in the school. So we didn't touch them. In fact, we've gone back and tried to build more over that space over time to protect that back. When we first made the school there, we did talk to the residents, and there was a particular hump that was put in that was causing concern to the local residents because they could hear cars bump over the hump. They were saying that was the thing that was driving them most nuts. So we took that away and did something different to make it so it still slowed the traffic down. Most of the traffic actually will bend left, and it's not entirely fair to separate as the officer did. The way that we use things is completely shared, so it's not the pathway, to the car park is solely for the club and the other way is for us. We share both all the time. That's the actual purpose of it. It's a co-located site, if you will. So at the moment, the main thing that goes around the back of the houses takes you up to what I would call the current small 3G, the Air Cadets I mentioned before, the Scout Hut, the football pitches, the sports hall, the gym. All of that traffic goes round on the right, and that's the one that goes past most of the houses. Where we're actually talking about here takes you off to the left into that car park. Residents have formally complained about the fact that people were parking in the street, and we pushed very hard to get more car parking on the site so that we could actually use it. I think as well it would be really interesting to look, and I'm an English teacher by trade originally, but to start looking at the runoffs. The former site that was there were other buildings there, single-storey buildings that covered most of the area that the Dome is going to be looking at, so that was formerly hard-standing or buildings previously. So it does have history. I would also say we objected originally to the idea of the two AstroTurf pitches standalone at the very bottom. I do believe that was expediency on behalf of PCC to replace pitches at Bushfield, and I think if you track back, that's where those two pitches come from. Isolated right down on the front of our site, it was hopeless to us. When you actually put changing rooms right next door to them and a classroom, they suddenly become very valuable for me, for the young people during the day, and it's their kind of activities that they can use. The other thing about the Dome, because I have questioned the Dome as well, the Dome is something which makes it all through, all weather, all year round. And actually, when you listen to a lot of the vulnerable groups that Bob was talking about that we work with as foundation trustees, those sorts of things make a difference in January and February, because while we have a 3G pitch, you don't really want to go and stand out there when it's slashing down with rain as it has done at times. It's much better to be able to use them. So more of our vulnerable communities would be able to use it if we have the dome. So for me, I do accept that there will be an increase in traffic. I think there's an awful lot of door noising and closing, etc., because it is a city-wide community facility that's been designed as much. And in fact, I was charged by PCC with getting people back using it. And that's what we've sought to do.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Chair. So the objections that you've received are not about necessarily the aesthetics, it's about the ingress and egress and
yeah, I've not seen the objections, but they were formally.
If you're happy to. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the objections were principally from, I believe, 7 of the houses on Longfield Gate. Drainage was a big issue. Probably 50% of the objections was to the drainage. There were lots of issues with the drainage being blocked. There was a leak which has already been talked about by Louise, thank you. So a lot of that has already been addressed, and the new scheme will actually stop a lot of the runoff. The gravel car park at the moment allows runoff, and that will now all be controlled. That was probably 50% of the objections, and then the other objection, really, the main objection was about noise and disturbance. But so the point I was really trying to make is we do have consent for 2 pitches on that same location, and the school is used for longer hours than the actual academy will be used.
Okay. Anybody else? Sorry, yes, Councillor Hogg, I've got you. Sorry, I do apologise.
It's okay. So you kind of touched very briefly on the fact that other locations had been looked at and dismissed, and I was just. It just seems to me that the kind of the major objection is the fact that it's the amenity of having this white blob or however you want to describe it viewed from your house, so the Longfield Gate and also from the street scene as well. But if you put this site the other side, where you've got 3 pitches at the back there. If you'd use one of those for this structure, then that would have been far better screened in that respect, and not been overlooked in quite the same way that this structure will be. And can you just kind of talk me through why you went for this site, basically?
So 2 reasons mainly. One, because of loss of. So I'm trying to speak into this, not to you. Loss of grass pitches, basically. You've only got 3 grass pitches there currently, I believe. So those grass pitches are very important. But also the impact on Alton Hall and the conservation area would have been a lot higher than the actual current location that's proposed. Mark alluded to the fact that when you do drive down Alder Road, you get a passing glimpse of the site. It's set so far back, and the dome is kind of graduated. It goes back away from you. If you didn't know it was there and weren't looking for it, I don't think anybody would notice it driving past. It is a brief glimpse as you drive past. The site is well screened, partly because of the houses. The impact on the houses is, I guess, unfortunate, but it's the views. I think the closest window to the closest point of the dome, the base of the dome, is over 50 metres, and we're going to have tree planting and screening in front of that. And they're not direct views. I think 1 or 2 of the houses have direct views. The others are skewed looking to the side. There is no literally right angle views of the dome from the houses.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, Chair, may I just go? You did say 50 metres. Over 50 metres. Just tell me what you mean by no right angle views.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, of course, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. The second objection, or the second point of refusal, alludes to the increased traffic and increased disruption out of hours. Just talk me through how do you see that? What's your view? What do you expect that to be? Do you agree with the view that it could be up to 50%?
We'll try a double approach on this one. So my point on the point is that yeah, we've had a highways consultant produce figures which does provide additional traffic for the new dome. But my point I was really trying to make is that additional traffic would still be there if we provided 2 pitches without a dome, and we already have consent for the 2 pitches. The other point I was trying to make was the fact that the wider school site that Marcus already mentioned has other activities going on until 10 o'clock in the evening. So proportionately, that increased traffic over the whole site is much, it's not as significant as I believe is being made out. You know, it's not, you know, we're not increasing traffic 100-fold, or it's a much smaller percentage. So, yeah.
Yes, Councillor Sharp, come back again.
Okay.
Sorry, so yeah, I think you said earlier that the cut-off on the pitches was 9 o'clock, so that's the cut-off. So your expectation is everybody will be off-site before the 10 o'clock that the school can potentially
Correct.
impact.
Yeah,
Right?
the existing facilities have a 9 o'clock curfew, and the new facilities will have that same curfew.
Just to clarify, that doesn't actually stand for the rest of the site, and that's what we were pointing out, that the sports hall and the other items, we can be using those through till 10 o'clock as it currently stands, and indeed the what I call the small AstroTurf on the far side, that still exists with a 10 o'clock curfew. So it's just the bigger new facilities where we've kept that lower one, which is why we say the actual disruption goes on much later, because we're already using a school site that was there before the residents moved in. And has continued to do so throughout that period of time. And whether the scouts are successful at a time or the air cadets are successful at a time, they have the right to be able to use that facility. Indeed, they have their own key to be able to let themselves in and out around that roadway, which goes around most of the rest of the houses. And obviously the school site's unlocked at 7 in the morning and locked up at 10 at night, because for us it's absolutely passionate. These are community facilities, and therefore we want the community using them. I think PCC invested 14 million the first time and about 4 million the second time in those buildings, and they were very clear, and we had to use community access statements as well as part of getting those investments and that planning. I like to think all we've done is stayed absolutely true to those throughout.
Councillor Hussain.
Hi, thank you, Chair. You mentioned that obviously you've got permission for 2 pitches. So the application for the dome, is that for the use in all weather, or was it for the consideration of sound? That's the first part of it. The second part is when it comes to vulnerable community you mentioned. Do you have any people from that community that use your facilities at the moment? And if not, who is it that you're looking to attract into using those facilities?
Yeah, just for some clarity, as well as there being a school there and the academy, we also have our foundation base there as well. And particularly, that's a massive part of what we want to do. I, like Mark, am a trustee of the foundation, and we are trying to grow the benefits of the foundation as much as we can. And this will play a very important part in that, because, again, coming back to the permissions for the 2 football pitches at the front, which we have permission for, this, in fact, having the dome will be dual purpose. It will allow us to expand our community services, and these are so important to us. It's the bits that people don't hear about. Because we are a football club, we're just deemed to be playing football. This is just as big a part of what we do here in this city of ours, and we are so passionate about it, and it will allow us to do that, but we will also have the benefit of raising the level for the academy of the players that potentially will come on over a period of time, and that then dovetails into using the school for part of that facility as well. It really is, I think at one of the earlier meetings, the word holistic was used quite a few times, and I think to try and get hold of this and see this bigger picture is massively important moving forward. You were going to mention, Mark?
Sorry, hopefully I'll pick up some other parts of your question. Yes, we do those activities already. Some of them run at the school, but as you would anticipate, as the nights draw in, the inclement weather comes and you watch participation drop off. So that's where we believe we'd actually be able to locate most of the facilities back and most of the usage back to where we're currently based and increase the number, the breadth of the offer. The other thing I will add, which I'm surprised Bob didn't, is Cat 2 status is massive in terms of what that academy status can do, in terms of what our football club can manage and what the opportunities that provides for the young people in the city. And I think it's one of those aspirational facilities. We don't have enough of them in Peterborough. They're the sorts of things that remind me of other cities, not necessarily this one. And if our aspirations are to be met, then we should have things like this. We did think of a third place to be able to site the Dome as well, but that's too far up that other path track and it's not close enough to the facility. Sorry, it was an answer to a previous question. But we did explore all the different places we could have put it on the site, and by far and away it is the one which meets the aspirations with the minimum amount of impact. And I recognise every choice we ever take has consequences.
Just to finish off on that question, because he started me off now, I was trying to expose the community element, because that's where my passion is particularly, that in regard to having a Cat 2 status, what that will do for our city is we'll be able to retain all the better sports boys and girls at a younger age, because we will have that ability. At the moment they disappear to Norwich, they'll disappear to Leicester, they'll disappear to Derby, they'll disappear to a lot of the Premier League clubs. This will give us a massive opportunity in retaining them here and having, when you hear them singing on the telly, they're one of our own. That's what we'd like to hear at our football stadia down here as we move forward. I'll leave it there. That's the football bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, you want another question?
Thank you, Chair. Just so that I don't want to put words in your mouth, and coming back to the planning application, you already have planning permission for the pitches. This is about, I think Councillor Hussain more or less asked the question, this is about what goes over the top of it and its use. So the pitches are there. By covering it, it's weatherproofed, and also it gives you the Cat 2 status in terms of the academy and the use. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to get my head around that. The pitches are there. Yeah?
Yeah, no, you're correct in what you've said, spot on. The current consent is based on the original consent for the school. So part of the school consent, as in the extensions and the 2011 development, etc., there were 2 pitches on that gravel car park. The demolition of the actual lakeside facility gives us the ability to move the parking from the gravel car park to where the lakeside building was, to actually then be able to build the pitches. I hope that helps.
And I will just also add, it's quite significant for us, as I said before, extra changing rooms and an additional classroom. That makes a difference on the day-to-day, but it also makes a difference to the sorts of things the foundation can offer, because you have a classroom base and changing rooms that are all of your very own in an indoor space.
I think, sorry, just briefly to add if I can, the other aspect of the new changing rooms and the family facility, etc., that's all part of Cat 2 status. But at the moment, Posh are achieving that by multi-using spaces within the existing academy. So the chairman's office doubles up as a meeting space, a training room. The classrooms are like, literally, there is no specific classroom for the youth teams. They all share the same space. They've got a canteen space which is used as a classroom. So within the existing academy, we're not providing new facilities. We're actually providing better facilities in a new building, but it's duplicating what we've already got, but actually using spaces 3 or 4 times.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. Anybody else got any questions? No, thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, we don't have anybody else to address us, so we're going to go to questions for officers. And I'm going to lead, if I may, please, with a question to Louise regarding this extant planning permission, just to clarify what has been agreed, what's still in force as such with these pictures, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. If members could refer to page 94 of the main report under the subheading of public open space. Paul and Mark and Bob there are correct. In the position of the current Peterborough United Academy and the position of the current gravel car park, there is planning permission for 2 junior grass football pitches. Now, that resulted from the 2011 planning permission for redevelopment of the Neen Park Academy site. To be clear, the current buildings that the Peterborough United Academy currently operate from should have been demolished as part of that planning permission, and those pitches should have been re-provided as part of compensation for the loss that actually happened at Ormiston Bushfield Academy when that was granted permission for redevelopment. So currently there is a breach of the planning condition for that 2011 consent. Now, Sport England have raised no objections to the current proposal because they're of the view that the proposed air dome pitch is more than adequate. But what I would like to make members aware is there is a very big difference between 2 junior grass unlit football pitches and a 3G air dome pitch, mainly because obviously the grass pitch would not be able to be used during hours of darkness. It couldn't be used during inclement weather, and therefore the level of intensity of use of those pitches would be far less, in officers' opinion, than the current proposal before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions then, Councillor Jones.
My question is, would that necessarily be a bad thing? I mean, obviously the increased usage and the attendant benefits, I have to put that back to you and say, yes, you know, what we're talking about is it seems to me hinging around this alien dome and what's actually involved in it. So if we were getting more bang for your buck out of what we're doing, to what extent would that be a bad thing?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. This comes down to the planning balance. So officers acknowledge that there is significant benefit arising from the proposal. However, we also consider that there is significant harm. And in the planning balance, officers have come to the conclusion that the harm from the development outweighs the benefit. Obviously, members may wish to come to a different view on that, but that's where officers are, and that's set out in the conclusion section within the main committee report.
Okay, anybody else got anything for officers? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think reading through this, it would seem that none of the officers' positions raised any objections. None of the stakeholders raised any objections. So it all, for me, comes down to the unacceptable harm clause that you've used in both. If I jump to number 2 around the transport, we've heard what the applicants have said. Can you share how you think the increased traffic, increased noise is really going to come to the fore? Because at the moment I'm struggling to see that.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So as is set out in the main committee report, the applicant undertook a transport assessment and modelled the likely traffic impacts arising from the development. And if you refer to, bear with me, sorry, page 97 of the main committee report, the 4th paragraph down, that's where we talk about the traffic increase. So we've only picked the worst case in that, which is between the hours of 7 and 8, because that's where one community session ends and the other arrives. So that's where you have the most impact. The transport assessment submitted by the applicant suggests that there would be 26 additional vehicles, taking the number of movements into and out of the site to 98. Now, officers accept that at present, as Mr Wood said, there is a degree of harm currently arising from traffic movements from the level of intensity of the use of the site. Officers are of the view that the current proposal, as the applicant themselves has said, would result in a 50% increase of community usage. So therefore, you get that associated increase in traffic movements, car slamming, people congregating, cars reversing, and twinned with the fact that the car park would be coming closer to the Longfield Gate residents and the fact that the development would be sited in proximity. So currently people don't tend to congregate within the area closest to Longfield Gate properties because the 3G pitch is towards the back end of the site, whereas this proposal would bring it much closer to the Longfield Gate properties, and that's where officers have come to the view that unacceptable harm would result.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up, so would it be fair to say that though that's not directly linear in terms of an increase, i.e. there is already noise? I know you've talked about moving it closer, but it's not directly scalable upwards, because if there is already some noise impact, door slamming, congregation going on at those hours, there's only potential for increasing it. It's not directly linear, is what I'm saying. Would that be fair or not?
I think it would be fair to say that 98 movements is quite considerable, and 26 additional movements. There has to come a point at which harm arises that's unacceptable, and officers have come to the conclusion that, in our professional opinion, that line has been crossed with this application, but obviously members may come to a different view on that.
Councillor Hogg.
Sorry, so just to kind of clarify this down quite a bit, this increase is an increase on where we are right now, but as you've just rightly said, that there's a current breach in planning on the fact that there should be 2 junior pitches on site that has not happened. So presumably, if this was to be refused and the 2 new junior pitches were to be forced through, that would also increase the number of vehicle movements, and so therefore that there is a kind of mitigation there in the fact that actually, we're not maybe comparing where we should actually be. We're comparing where we are, and that actually the difference between this proposal and where we should actually be is less than has been reported here.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So to clarify, the space taken up by the 2 grass pitches would involve the loss of the building where the Peterborough United Academy currently is. The 2 pitches cannot currently be provided on the land that is left. It wasn't submitted because this proposal came forward, but an agreement was reached between the City Council's Property Services Department and Sport England that in lieu of those 2 junior football pitches, a financial contribution would instead be paid towards playing field enhancement within the wider locality. So it has always been accepted that those 2 pitches will not be provided because the Peterborough United Academy has now been established. So in reality, those 2 grass pitches will never come to fruition, and therefore is not a sound baseline on which to assess the impact of the current proposal.
Councillor Hussain.
You mentioned about the car parks moving closer to the residential properties. On the site visit, there was a car park when you drive in, and there was a gravelled area. But from the application and the plans, we see that there's further away as you drive up, there's a car park at the end which has been extended, which would then be closer to the development. So I would expect more of the visitors to be heading towards that car park, which was a fair distance and is also, I'm sure part of it, from what I can gather, next to the gate was covered by trees or hedges, which would obviously reduce the impact of doors shutting and traffic. Is there any the car parks that are at the front of the building, will they would still remain, I'm guessing, but from what I looked on the application, that gravelled area will also be at the front, the gravelled car park, that will also be tarmacked to reduce the noise, if I'm right. So that, I think, would get rid of what your concerns are.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Karen, could could I trouble you to pull up the presentation again, please? I think it would be of benefit to show the aerial photograph and the site plan to you all again, just so that you can see the situation. Sorry, if you go back one. Go back to the site plan.
I think we're going forwards.
The plan with the light blue and the yellow on the plan. That one, that's the one. Oh, that's the one, thank you. Oh dear.
Strange, isn't it? Just bear with us a minute while we have a technical difficulty. Is it a screensaver? Yes. You all back? Yeah, it's one of those.
Lovely, thank you. So the current gravel car park that is in situ on the site is the position of where the accommodation building and the air dome would be constructed. And then if you recall, there was a demolished building on the site, which is where the car park that's currently proposed would go. It's anticipated that, yes, visitors to the air dome out of school hours would likely use that car parking area, which is just off the access road, but it would still involve considerably more traffic and more vehicular movements, almost immediately butting the Longfield Gate properties. And Karen, if you could just go to slide 3 for me, please. Oh, that's the one. Slide number 3. Thank you. Oh, no, the other one. That's the one. And that's the aerial photograph. So you can see there the gravel car park, which is where the air dome would go, and then the car park would go on the position of what was the lakeside building. So there would be more intensity of use closer to the Longfield Gate residents.
Okay. Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be fair to say, and most questions to you this afternoon are, would it be fair? And so, would it be fair to carry on that? You talked about the 7 to 8 o'clock as 98 movements, but you also mentioned in your address, I think, the 8 to 9, which would be another 59 movements. So if we're looking in the round, we're looking at 7 to 9 o'clock, where there are almost sort of 160 vehicle movements, and it occurred to me that the point you were making was that when the people of Longfield Gate were looking to, in the summer, enjoy the gardens, perhaps in the evening, there would still be a fair amount of vehicle movements and the associated potential cacophony of noise that goes with that. Anything up to and beyond 9 o'clock, because that's when they would actually be egressing the site, potentially up to maybe 9:15, 9:30, something like that. That would be fair to say, yes?
It would, yes. So with the proposed hours of use from the applicant, the pitch would finish at 9, and then obviously it would take users some time to move away, change, get into their cars and leave again. So the reasonably, yes, that would be the case.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Iqbal.
My question to you, Louise, is that, if I'm correct, the applicant in their address mentioned something about the consent for 2 playing fields. In your address, you said there have been a breach of planning conditions. Now, does that consent still stand because of the breach, or what's the position with that? Just want some clarity on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So, as part of the 2011 redevelopment, as I said before, 2 grass junior pitches, not adult pitches, were required to be re-provided, and they would be. I wish I could show you the plan, but if you can imagine, one would be on the gravel car parking area, and one would be pretty much slap bang where the Peterborough United Academy buildings are. unless we are to force Peterborough United Academy to be demolished and those pitches re-provided, there is no way that that condition can now be complied with. So officers and the City Council's Property Services team worked with Sport England, because it was a Sport England requirement, to agree a financial settlement. That's now obviously been superseded by the current proposal, and Sport England are awaiting the outcome of this application. In the event that this application were refused, yes, a financial contribution would be paid in lieu of those pitches, and an application would be submitted to remove that condition. So in event, officers are of the view that those pitches will never come forward.
Okay, anybody else? No, we'll go to debate then, please. Who would like to start that? Councillor Hogg.
Okay. So I'm very much in two minds here, because on the one hand there is the overriding needs of the city, or not overriding. There are the needs of the city and the benefits of such a facility that will be an exemplar kind of. It's going to bring category 2 status to the training ground. The economic benefit that the club brings to the city is something that cannot be overlooked. And I think as a city, the vast majority of residents look to support the club in all that it does, not just in terms of the success it's recently had in terms of being promoted at the league. I'm not a football person, so forgive me if I get any of the terminology wrong. But also, I believe that the club has got a very good reputation in terms of how it brings on talent through its academy system, and that is one of the reasons why the club has been so successful. So that there is that, but then there's also our kind of a duty of care, as it were, to the local residents, specifically the residents of Longfield Gate, and the fact that they, potentially they will be looking out on a dome. My personal situation is it wouldn't actually bother me, but at the same time, I do realise that's not maybe the medium position for that, insofar as I think that probably in most cases, I think most people would have an issue with the view of that dome. And I understand that the club is looking to screen it with extra trees and bushes and what have you. But we're talking decades before that will grow to an extent where it will kind of properly mitigate the dome itself, and it is going to look incongruous and out of character and alien to the landscape. But at the same time, it's a school. It's school buildings are not traditionally in keeping with the surrounding area, because the surrounding area is residential buildings, and school buildings do tend to have a different look about them, and they do tend to be more kind of eye-catching. You look across the city at the academies that have been built over the last few years. They are striking in their outlook, and maybe push that envelope a little bit in terms of how they look. So, and the obvious passion that has come across from the applicant in terms of the work they want to do, reaching out to the community, diversity, and general kind of community work, is to be highly commended. I'm so far on the fence with this one. It's beginning to scare me, and I am interested to see what other members have to say on this application.
Okay, Councillor Hiller, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think my initial reservations about this application were very much sympathetic with our officer's recommendation, which is to refuse on the basis of amenity loss for those residents in Longfield Gate, which I really do feel for, I have to say. And the site and the impact of this inflatable dome, I think Mr. Sims' simile of Christopher Wren and St Paul's Cathedral, whilst I made light of it, I think is actually a very pertinent comment in that when that was first designed and created, it would have looked like something totally out of the ordinary in the centre of London. This dome is going to be controversial. It is controversial. There are many people, I think, would look at something like that and think, my Lord, what on earth is that all about? Well, we've just been told from some very passionate people exactly what that is all about. And whilst I can completely sympathise, as I've said before, Chair, with the residents of Longfield Gate, as the consultation has progressed, those negative comments, I think, have reduced. It could be a case of, well, you know what, in 2 or 3 years' time, what was all the fuss about? Because it is something that is in situ. It's doing a fantastic amount of good for the population of this city that want to use it. It doesn't take precedent over anything else that's important in this city. I get that, but I'm swayed, I think, Chair, by the passion of the people behind this project, and it isn't a get rich quick and let's have it on our toes and off we go and sell it. It really is a passionate plea almost to allow this against officers' recommendation, and I think we should listen to those men very, very seriously and take on board exactly what they say. And actually, do you know what? On this occasion, maybe our officers have almost an on-balance attitude on this, and maybe we should, as Councillor Hogg said, sit on the fence and maybe fall on the other side of that fence and actually allow this this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. It's poignant that today we're all looking forward to the English football, well, I am, game and the result. So, and we're here discussing a football pitch which would help not only the local team and the youth, but also the community. I can tell you as a parent of a 14-year-old avid footballer that Peterborough, as a city, we lack many facilities in sports, and especially for football. And if we want to promote or even encourage our youngsters to take part in sports, then we really need to do more as a city to entice them into it. Not only that, you know, it sort of takes away, it teaches them a lot of good qualities about following rules and you know, knowing that there's authority. So hence why I've got my children involved in it, and I'm you know, it was nice to hear of all the activities that the foundation does. The other thing that I've always been mindful of is the lack of you know, services or amenities for the vulnerable and disabled community, and I'm, you know, hearing that this dome may be something that makes it possible for those communities and vulnerable people to take advantage of sports and benefit from that, especially after a year of lockdown when we're trying to promote people to get back into sports. And I think you know, by supporting this application, we would be doing that. So I for one will be definitely supporting the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Warren.
As I see this plan, it's about the community impact versus the visual impact of the area. And the questions that I was having a look at, and I got sufficiently answered by the speakers, was how is this scale proposal going to impact the local area, and what is going to be the actual detriment to the local residents in Longfield Gate. I believe the speakers, Bob Sims, has convinced me enough just to sway that the community impact on the actual dome is going to be outweigh the visual impact of the area. It's going to provide a good facility, not just for Peterborough United Football Club, for every single individual in that local area, and for Peterborough, not just of anybody that's of any kind of capacity. So I believe I'm going to go against the officer's recommendation and accept the planning application.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I've gone against officer recommendations twice today, so I might as well go for my hat-trick. And the balance, coming back to what you were saying, Christian, is amenity gain against amenity loss. And I was surprised. I mean, I was kind of comforted that there's 50 metres, that it will be 50 metres away from the houses. The traffic movements, it's an ever-present thing in our lives these days. And I have to trust to them in this instance that it will be something that the amenity gain will outweigh the amenity loss. And I'm terribly sorry for the people who live in Longfield Gate, but I think in this particular instance, rather than getting splinters, I'm just edging towards actually going against officer recommendations and going with approving the application.
Anybody else wish to speak? No more debate? No? Oh, Councillor Hiller? Yeah, anybody else then wants to speak on this one at all? No. I'm not going to add anything else. I think it's all been said. I don't need to say any more. Okay, Councillor Hiller for your proposal.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for allowing me to make a proposal. I do propose in this application we are against our officer's recommendation. I don't think, as has been perhaps touched on by other members, the amenity loss I don't think is to a degree which warrants a refusal. I think the benefits arising from this application for the community as a whole and the city as a whole will far outweigh the amenity loss, unfortunate though it is. I completely get that, and this isn't to ignore those residents, of course not, but we are an environmental protection committee as well as a planning committee, so obviously we have to take that into account. Chair, my proposal is we go against the officer's recommendation and accept this application, and the reasons for that, I'm citing LP 16 and LP 17 on the basis that I don't think the amenity loss is to a degree which warrants a refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Are you clear for those? Yes, clear.
Do members will wish to attach conditions? Some suggestions.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. Well, we do have some suggestions for conditions as well. So should we hear those first before we go to that? Louise, please, if you've got some conditions.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. In anticipation of this this likely outcome, this potential outcome, I did prepare some conditions, some ideas. I haven't worded them out completely, but so the first would be obviously the standard time condition from the Time Country Planning Act. The applicant has submitted an archaeology written scheme of investigation, so there would be compliance with that. Materials for the building. The accommodation building, hard and soft landscaping for the remainder of the site, planting establishment for that, planting of the tree planting for the screen, along with a landscape maintenance plan for perpetuity, hours of use of the facility, community use agreement, which is a request from Sport England, and they are a statutory consultee, so we can't go against their advice. Parking provision and retention, cycle parking provision and retention, revised external lighting scheme for the car parking area, and outstanding drainage information and compliance with the submitted drainage strategy, a construction management plan because of the sensitivities of the site and conflict with local school children, widening of the vehicular access because the local hire authority doesn't consider that the existing internal access is wide enough, and anything that the ecologist, the council's wildlife officer, required.
Well, you did do your homework, didn't you? Yes, thank you for all of the above. But my only comment on that would be the trees. Now, I think we've mentioned, and if you'll allow me or indulge me, Chair, the trees by way of screening have been mentioned on several occasions this afternoon. And what I would ask officers to be mindful of, and perhaps liaise with the applicants, if indeed it is accepted, my proposal, is that could the trees be of a sufficient maturity, perhaps, to actually make a difference, rather than just 3-foot-high saplings. And I'll make that point very clear to the applicants, that for them to be seen to be actually taking that screening seriously. I think that would be. I'm more than happy to leave that to your good selves. Thank you, Chair.
Is that something you're okay with then, Louise? Yeah. Something that could be.
Through you, Chair, yes, that's fine.
Just to make sure we are legally asking for the right thing. Okay, so there's a proposal. Seconder is Councillor Bond, yes? So we have a proposal on the table. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Yep. Against? 1. And any abstentions? There shouldn't be any. No, so that's 10 for. And 1 against and no abstention. So the application itself is approved.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
That's all right. Okay, we'll move swiftly on then to our final item. Once you're ready, and you've got the thing up. And this is going to be Amanda, isn't it? So I'll just let you change, yeah. Take care. Thank you. Come on, Amanda, I'm hoping for a win here. Yes, we have lost one for a minute, so we just have to wait. Sorry? That's what we're here for. Here he comes. Did you two go outside for a kiss or something? Where'd they both go? It's following each other. Okay, then we're going to move straight on then. Item 4.5 is 42 Sherborne Road in Dogsthorpe, 103 to 114, and will be presented by Ms McSherry when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is 42 Sherborne Road in Dogsthorpe, and the proposal is for the conversion of the existing dwelling into 2 flats and the erection of a fence and gate. Next slide, please. The application site is outlined in red. You will see it is a semi-detached dwelling on a corner plot located in the residential area of Dogsthorpe. It occupies the corner plot on Burford Way and Sherborne Road. The next slide shows the block plan. This is the existing block plan. It shows there's a garage at the rear of the site and hard surfacing to the front of the site, which is able to provide car parking. On the next plan, we can see the floor layouts. It shows that the original house was a 3-bedroom property. The main access door is on the side of the property towards the bottom of the slide, and the plan shows that there's been a 2-storey rear extension built on its rear. The first photograph you can see now. Next slide, thank you. This photo shows the property. It faces on to Sherborne Road. That's the side elevation that you can see, and it contains the main door of the property just beyond the car parked. It also shows the front elevation, which faces onto Burford Way, and the hard surface that is available there for car parking. So the second photograph is another sort of close-up of the side elevation, and this is really just to show you the 2-storey rear extension that the arrows point to in the photograph. The third photo, this is looking towards the rear of the property, so you can see the 2-storey rear extension that's been built. It also shows you the access gates which lead into the rear garden and the existing garage. So the proposed block plan. This shows there is car parking to both the front and the rear of the site. So the existing garage to the rear is going to be demolished. 2 car parking spaces are to be proposed here, and 2 car parking spaces on the front. The car parking spaces on the front will serve the ground floor flat, and the ones at the back will serve the first floor flat. The reason being is that the ground floor flat has a bedroom window on the frontage, and so that there isn't conflict between third-party cars parking in front of their windows. We have to apologise, there is a mistake in the committee report that had the parking the wrong way round, so we apologise for that. And in your update report you will see on condition 3 has been updated to reflect this. Next slide shows the floor plans. So it shows you on the ground floor you've got a 2-bedroom flat. A new entrance is proposed, you will see almost towards the back on the side elevation. That will be the main door into that ground floor flat. So the first floor flat will use the existing opening, and it will be have 2 bedrooms as well. So the principle of the change of use is considered to be acceptable in officer's view. This is an existing residential plot. It will increase the density of the plot from existing 1 dwelling into 2 flats. However, the site is capable of accommodating, in our view, those 2 flats because it has parking to both the front and rear to serve the 2 different flats. On the block plan, there was also space for both flats to have bin storage areas. So the ground floor flat will have the rear garden that's existing. The upper flat won't have any garden space, but this is quite common for flatted development and on balance is considered to be acceptable to officers. Concern has been raised about neighbour amenity. The majority of the party wall, because it is a semi-detached property, you can see on the plans, the floor layout plans here, will be bedrooms that will be party walling with the adjoining property. At first floor level, you will see at the back is the kitchen and the living room, and the majority of that is contained with the 2-storey rear extension. There is only a partial part that will abound that neighbouring party wall. The property already has first floor windows which will overlook neighbouring gardens, and these will serve bedrooms. The change to a living room and kitchen, in officer's view, will not reduce privacy for neighbours to an unacceptable degree. The flats have been laid out to position bedrooms above bedrooms, as you can see, as far as possible, and living rooms above living rooms to try and minimise any noise disturbance between the flats. In terms of parking and highway safety, the local highway authority raises no objections to the proposal, subject to the car parking being secured. They would also like to see around the front part of the application site a new wall or fence, and this is one of the conditions that has been recommended to ensure that the cars that park on the frontage reverse straight out onto the road and not at an angle on that dangerous sort of corner. On that basis, the local highway authority do not consider there any highway safety dangers. Therefore, the application is recommended by officers for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms Sherry. Right, we have no speakers on it at all, so any questions at all for officers on this one? None required? Okay, then we'll go straight to debate. Anybody want to open debate on this one? Hold on a minute, Councillor. I want to see if anybody else wants to have a go. Just we're all new. It'd be a nice one to come in on. Yeah, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it very simple, I think. From my perspective, just looking at it openly, previously you could turn around and say that there was potentially three parking spaces required, 3 bedrooms, worst case. This is moving it to 4 bedrooms, 4 parking spaces. They're provided. I struggle to see any issues, and others support the officer's recommendation for the application, especially given the condition that highways have put in place in terms of protecting the street.
Okay, good. Councillor Hill, I'll go to you now.
Thank you, Chair. I concur. It's called in by Councillor Ash, if recommended for approval, due to highway and neighbour impacts, and it does mildly irk me that if our officers are recommending approval, let's call it into the committee because we'll have a different opinion. Well, this afternoon we have had different opinions, but it is a 3-bed semi that isn't being enlarged, as far as I'm aware. It is what it is. The fact that it's being converted into 2 separate apartments, relatively modest apartments, quite why there would be highway and neighbour impact issues, I don't understand. I really don't get that. So as far as I'm concerned, it's I would go along with officer's recommendation. Why wouldn't we? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think unless somebody else has got anything to say, yeah, Councillor Sain.
Thank you, Chair. I won't make a habit of this and go against officers all the time, I promise, but it is a development that is within my ward and Dennis's ward as well. So knowing the area and knowing the proximity of the other junctions to that, and talking to residents within the area, that there was an outcry of multiple occupancy at the time, and the additional traffic and antisocial possibility of antisocial behaviour from the property, being of multiple occupancy or increased dwellings. So knowing that there's also a road that goes behind it, Weymouth Way, I think it is, which is quite close. The property behind this development is very close to the driveway, the proposed driveway for the parking at the back. So I can't see how it would be safe for the cars to be pulled out. Although the officers have recommended a wall to be built, it's still very close to a busy junction, because that is the only route out of that area, which probably holds about 250 houses, and that's the only street that comes out. So in the mornings that is a very busy junction. So for a car to reverse out on a blind bend, I think it's just an accident waiting to happen, so I won't be supporting it.
Okay. Could I give you a little bit of advice? That would have been very useful if you'd addressed committee with that, as the ward councillor. Because you've addressed us as a ward councillor, which is, there is a position for you to do that. Just in the future, because we could have asked questions of you, which we can't now. So, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Because it's in my mine and Issues ward, yes, I'm trying to find a reason to turn it down, but the reality is it's an existing dwelling. It's not ideal, but it's no different from one family living there. We had an application not that long ago in Hampton Vale about turning a house into a house of multiple occupation or a care residence. And in this particular instance, I just have to think that I'm minded to go with officer recommendations for the simple reason is that I can't see it being tangibly worse than it is now. Or that, you know, I'm sure some of my constituents will be up in arms about it, but honestly, nobody's approached me about it. Nobody's come down, and I don't feel minded to go against officers on this particular occasion.
Okay. Just because we're new, I just want to remind people, because obviously it'll come up, I'm sure, at other times that, you know, as I said to Councillor Hussain, and obviously Councillor Jones said the same as ward members, your biggest weapon or strongest weapon is to be in front of committee addressing, because you should have come to this, and I hope, as you said, you have, completely open-minded. If you come to a committee meeting looking for a reason, you are already predetermined, and in the public eye, that's a very dangerous position to be in. If they think you've come here looking for a reason, you're already predetermined, whether you've got that reason or not. It's a completely open mind, or you take a side and you stand at the front and put your flag up. Yeah, so just being a little bit careful that we don't get into the realms of people thinking you're predetermined. All right, you can be predisposed, and obviously you can look that up if you're not sure of the difference, because we said that at training. But be very careful as to what the public might think if they think you've come looking for a reason. All right, be careful of that.
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, I'm being slightly flippant with the fact
Yeah.
that I've gone against officer recommendation 3 times, and it's just I'm actually being flippant.
No. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's all right. Okay. Anybody else going to speak? If not, I'm going to. I think if I could say something, it would be that the applicant has done had some good plans. He's had a good look at that, and as has been mentioned, the bedrooms have been thought where they're going to go, you know, above each other. So we're not going to lounge above a bedroom or vice versa. And the same has been taken into account with the neighbour as to where the bedrooms and in the neighbour's party wall. So I think the thought's gone into it, and I think highways are quite right to cut that corner off effectively to control the traffic in and out. And other than that, I think it's fine. I mean, who put them bricks up? I don't know, but that's a different matter. But not for me. But then that's the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But other than that, I think it's fine, and I would vote with members, with officers, and approve. But so I need a proposal really, unless anybody else got anything to say. Councillor Hiller, have you got a proposal?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As perhaps I previously intimated, I see no reason to refuse this. It is an existing property that hasn't been enlarged. I completely get Councillor Hussain's comment about the traffic issues, but we are where we are, and I don't think it's being altered at all from what it currently exists. As a 3-bedroom semi-detached house, it could have a family in there of 8, 9, 10 people, whatever. And it's being converted. It seems, and you're absolutely spot on, Chair. I think the rearrangement of the accommodation is such that it shouldn't be too impactful on either of the occupants of those flats, if indeed it's approved. So, officers' recommendation, I think, is sound on this occasion. I'm happy to accede to the officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Iqbal. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? No, it's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Right, and against? Just the one. So that would be no abstentions, am I right? Yeah, so it's 10 for, 1 against. Yes. So that application is approved. So well done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just like to say thank you very much. Thanks for all the input and the debate. It's been really good. It's nice to get newer people in as well. It's great, and I'm sure you'll get more and more used to it. Thank you for your time. Thank you, officers, for all your time as well and your input. Go safe, and I don't know, what was the score in the end? Are we anywhere near that finish yet?